Honourable members, prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in their sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, let's quickly turn to item numbered 5 to do correction of votes and proceedings and official reports. I have in my hand the vote and proceedings of Wednesday, 18th March 2026 for correction. Page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8, page 9, page 10, page 11, page 12, page 13, yes, page 14, page 15, page 16, page 17, page 18, page 19, page 20, page 21, 22, page 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, yes, page 35.
Speaker, thank you so much. Speaker, with your permission, let me congratulate the clerks at table. They've done so well. The name of the committee at page 35, that's Committee on Public Administration and State Interest. The interest should be the plural version. Thank you.
Table of Use, take note. Page 36, 37, 38, 39, yes.
Speaker, page 38, item 2, under attendance. The name of the member for Upper Manyakrobo is Mr. Bismarck Tete Nyaku. The Nyaku has been...
Check the spelling of the Nyaku. Table of Use, take notes. Thank you for that observation. 39, 40, 41, and 42. Honourable members, the votes and proceedings of Wednesday, 18th March 2026 as corrected is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. We have official report of Thursday, 12th March 2026 for correction. Honourable members, any correction? Yes.
Speaker, thank you so much. Speaker, with respect, I invite you to column 19, That's 19. Paragraph 2. The name of the Minister of State for Climate Change and Sustainability, Mr. Isifu Baba Sedu. The Sedu has been captured wrongly. If the clerk at table could take note.
Table office, take note.
Speaker, once again, column 106. Yes, 12 March. Sorry, column 106, the very last paragraph. The reference made to the Honorable Roxanne Nelson Dafiameko by way of his designation is wrong. He is the majority chief whip over here. So the demotion will not be acceptable, Speaker, respect.
Table office, kindly take note.
Then column 114, the very last paragraph, line 5. District Assembly Common Fund. The assembly should be deleted so that we insert the plural version, assemblies. And the very last one, Speaker, is at, just a minute, column 158, paragraph 3. Mr. Richmond Edem Kofi Potosu is referred here as MPP MP. Speaker, the record should be corrected. We will not dash our member to the other side. Thank you.
Honourable members, any further correction? Table office, take note.
Speaker, page 109, column 1, paragraph 4. Speaker, the second deputy speaker referred the statement in pursuance of my prayer to
Official reports of Thursday, 12 March 2026 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Honorable members, with your indulgence, I acknowledge the presence of students from Momisco, led by Sebastian Kaki Ampim, headmaster. They are from Masujamani, the number 77. We also have Ayeldo St. Augustine Catholic Basic School, led by Enoch Ajay, a teacher. They are from Abura Asiebu, Kwamankesi, the number 50. We also have University of Business and Integrated Development Studies, led by Professor Titus Asoglinan, lecturer. They are from Wa Central, the number 13. Honourable members, we also have Atu Montessori School, led by Dr. Samuel Pebi Apia, proprietor, and they are from Ayawaso Central, they numbered 49. Honourable members, on your behalf, I welcome them to Parliament of Ghana and urge them to have a fruitful visit. Kindly resume your seat. Yes, honourable members, let's move to item number 6, business statement for the 8th week.
Speaker, may I pray for a variation of okay.
Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your committee met yesterday because tomorrow is a public holiday, so we didn't do the usual Thursday meetings. Yesterday, Wednesday, 18th March, and arranged business for the House for the 8 and I believe last week, ending Friday, 28th of March, 2026. And then we submit our report as follows. Mr. Speaker, you may read any available communications to the House. Statements pursuant to Order 91-2 by ministers may be made, and Order 93 by members may also be made. Bills, papers, and reports pursuant to Order 159 and 160 may also be laid. If we need to take any under certificate of urgency, it can be done. Motions and resolutions may be debated, and consequential resolutions, if any, taken. Mr. Speaker, once again, the Business Committee has observed that there is a total of 291 referrals at committees. And it's once again urging the committee to expedite work on the referral for the consideration of the House in accordance with Order 267. Mr. Speaker, the Business Committee recommends that in the ensuing week, sittings of the House should commence at 10 a.m. each day. This is to afford the House ample time to consider the outstanding businesses that must be done before we adjourn sine die. The committee further recommends that questions and statements should not be scheduled in the ensuing week. This is to afford the House ample time to dispense with the consideration of outstanding bills. We have several bills before us, which we need to pass before we go on recess. So the committee entreats all leadership of committees to avail themselves in the House during the consideration of the bills referred to their respective committees. Mr. Speaker, the House is expected to adjourn sine die on Friday, 27 March 2026. In view of this, the Business Committee entreats all honorable members to devote themselves to the scheduled business for the week to enable the House adjourn on the proposed date. The Business Committee takes this opportunity to commend you, Mr. Speaker, your deputies, and all members for the dedication to the House, to the business of the House during this first meeting. Business Committee urges all honorable members to continue with this commitment until the House adjourns sine die. Business Committee also wishes all the honorable members a happy Eid al-Fitr. The committee remains hopeful that we will all return in the best health for the business of the second meeting. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Order 2162 and subject to Order 67, the committee submits to the House the order in which the business of the House shall be taken during the week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, business statement ably presented. It is now for your comment. Any comment? Yes, Minority Leader.
Speaker, let me first thank the Leader of the House for presenting the business for the ensuing week. But Mr. Speaker, I don't want this to be business as usual. Items that are captured in the Business Committee's report must find space on the floor, and we must do that. Since we started, we've had this pending motion, one on the gold board. Mr. Speaker, in the first week, the understanding was that we're going to take this motion. Each time, applicants will prepare and come, and Mr. Speaker, we are unable to take them. There's a second one on Bank of Ghana, the gold that they sold, 18 tons. Our colleagues also filed that motion. The motion was admitted, and that has not found space in the order paper. Mr. Speaker, I would want the majority leader to ensure that at least we take the gold board motion on Tuesday. The understanding was that we're going to take it today. But Mr. Speaker, we know the circumstance of the day because of the Salah tomorrow and members are busy and all of that. Though our side is prepared for it, we are also aware that he would want to get ministers of state to be part of the debate. We know Mr. President is not in Accra. We would agree with that. It's only fair that all sides are heard in this important matter. So, Mr. Speaker, I will plead with that concession coming from the majority, the minority side. We would not pursue the motion numbered 46 at page 30 of today's order paper in good faith that on Tuesday the government side will be ready to deal with this gold board matter, because Mr. Speaker, is becoming one too many, and this house must be seen to be interrogating the issues. That is issue number one. Speaker, issue number two. Yesterday, we had a high privilege and distinct honor as leaders to meet with the World Bank boss. Mr. Speaker, some of the issues that came up were very serious. Mr. Speaker, the World Bank has warned that the entry of 1.2 billion young people into developing country labor market over the next decade would deepen a global job deficit due to a widening gap between education systems and evolving job markets. Speaking at the University of Ghana, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Pascal Donoghue highlighted that the weak learning outcomes, limited education levels, and rapid changes driven by technology are leaving many youth unprepared, especially in Africa where job creation lags behind workforce growth. The bank, therefore, is prioritizing education reform, skill development, and entrepreneurship. Mr. Speaker, we want concrete policies by the Finance Ministry and the Trade Ministry to tap into the support that World Bank wants to give. In yesterday's discussion, Mr. Speaker, the issues were very clear. I would want the majority leader to program the two ministers to tell us what policy decisions are there within government circles to promote entrepreneurship, because the World Bank is going to advance some support to us. Again, the Minister of Education, the emphasis yesterday was on vocational training, apprenticeship. Enough of the white-colored certificates that we are emphasizing on. He must come out with a policy on apprenticeship so that our young people can take advantage of. So, Mr. Speaker, the minister must be programmed to come and deal with this matter to assure the youth that if we enter into apprenticeship, it does not mean that you don't belong to society. Mr. Speaker, the third issue has to do with Galamsey. Mr. Speaker, our president is on a regional tour. He himself has stated that there is a widespread Galamsey, and he expects that political leaders, traditional and community groups must support the Galamsey issue. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President has acknowledged the fact that Galamsey is getting out of hand and is now calling on political leaders, traditional leaders, and community leaders to assist in this fight. Mr. Speaker, according to Mr. President, the stakeholders he has mentioned are making it difficult to eliminate this Galamsey menace, especially when it comes to enforcement. He has linked the issue partly to low cocoa prices pushing farmers into mining, and noted that although challenges such as limited resources hinder effort, government remains committed to tackling the problem. Mr. Speaker, I am not interested in President's commitment. I am interested in concrete policies. How people are going to be punished, what we are going to put in place at the ports to discourage the importation of Shenfen equipment, those machines. And the Minister for Land and Natural Resources must lead in this all-important drive. Mr. Speaker, I would want to see the minister being programmed by the majority leader to come into this chamber to apprise this House regarding steps that he is taking at his ministry.
Honourable Minority Leader,
I am, Mr. Speaker,
the Minister for Lands and Natural
let me
Resources
finish.
has
Mr.
been
Speaker,
on
this
his
is
feet
business
for
day.
some
Let me
time.
finish.
So let me just give him the floor. Yes, Minister, why are you out?
You can use contempt. You can use privileges. If you think I've misquoted the president, go to privileges. That's the right approach. Take me to privileges. If you think I've misquoted the president.
Yes.
Thank you, right on, Speaker. I think it's important to know that finally we have a president who is always ready to level with Ghanaians with integrity and honesty. A question was asked about the fight and whether or not he's aware that his own party, some people can be involved. And he said he doesn't kid himself that some individuals in his own party are involved. But the president did not say that there's a widespread an increase in galamsey. In fact, the president is very proud of what we've done, the mess we've been cleaning up. For 1 year, Mr. Speaker, we have basically liberated our forest. That was a no-go area. No-go area. We are cleaning our water, but that was damaged by our friends here.
Minister for Lands
And so we are
and Natural
making a lot of
Resources,
progress in the fight against galamsey.
you would have
But we
your
don't
turn.
kid ourselves that the problem is completely 100%
Honourable
and that's the
Minister,
president,
you
what the
have your
president
turn
alluded
to
to.
comment on
And
the
so don't
business
misquote the
statements.
president.
Yes.
We are
Honourable
honest and
Minority-
leveling with the people of Ghana, and we are
Honourable
proud
Minority
of the
Leader.
fight we are putting up with all the initiatives, Blue Water Guard, NIMOS.
Honourable Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, you have the turn. Honourable Minority Leader, we agreed to create a space for you when we come to statements. That was the agreement. So I'm quite surprised that the time for business statement, contrary to the agreement that we have reached, because we said you will be allotted space during the time of statement.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, maybe you've misconstrued it. That one is in respect of the helicopter crash. These are national issues that, as minority,
Yes.
I will have a duty to bring it up for
Yes,
the minister,
but
the leader
Minority
of
Leader,
government business.
if you
I
look
can
at
be brief on the
Order
issues.
93, during the time for statement, you can seek leave of the Speaker to draw the attention to a matter of urgent public importance or personal nature, but not during the time of business statement.
Speaker, I take a cue. Speaker, I take a cue. But Mr. Speaker, I would want to encourage the Minister of Natural Resources and Lands that there is every unfettered opportunity for him in this House to come and share his success story. Use ministerial statement to come and address us to address it. The president acknowledged that his own people are doing galamsey, and you yourself, you just quoted Mr. President. So I didn't even bring that up. You brought it up. So let's not go there. But I've taken a cue. I've taken a cue from Mr. Speaker, and I would therefore.
Yes, yes.
That's what he said. That's what he said,
Yes,
not me.
That's what he said.
Yes, that's what he said.
Yes.
So, Mr. Speaker.
But go ahead.
So, Mr. Speaker, I would hold the other matters. I will hold the other matters for the for the statement. But, Mr. Speaker, let me just end on this point, that in the Upper West region, there is severe shortage of workforce. There is no single doctor, according to reports, that it is reported that there is no single doctor in the Upper West region. No single doctor in the Upper West region. Mr. Speaker, yes, so I'm saying that the minister should come and confirm. If it is the contrary is the issue, the minister should come. That is why we want that to be addressed by the minister. So, Mr. Speaker, let me hold the other matters for the under Order 93 so that we can close the business statement. Thank
yes. Majority Chief Whip, I saw you on your feet.
Speaker, indeed, yes. Speaker, a statement has been ascribed to the president to the effect that he said that his own people are doing galamsey. Mr. Speaker, nothing of that sort has been reported anywhere. And the president indeed never said so. And the president indeed never said so. So the minority leader cannot make such a suggestion on the floor and we allow it to stand. Mr. Speaker, it ought to be deleted.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I have not on this House floor been a primary source of what the president has said about his own party. The Minister of State, let's call for the hands on. The audiovisual should bring back. I have never talked about Mr. President talking about galamsey. What his own minister said that the president acknowledged that his party members are engaged in galamsey. Yes. Then call them. Let's get the audiovisual. Get the audiovisual. I'm not the primary source of that. Your own minister said, Mr. President has acknowledged that some party members are involved in galamsey. In any event, organized labor on May Day last year stated emphatically that galamsey had gotten out of hand since NDC assumed office. Go and check on the internet. Organized labor said that boldly in its official statement on May Day.
Yes, Majority Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I think, given the issues that have been raised about what the president said, it would be appropriate to quote the president verbatim. This is what the president said. Even when one party changes, those who were running some operation, who went to one party, will go to the next party and say, now that you have come and take over this operation and let's share. We too will be getting small. This is what we are doing. And so I don't kid myself that we don't have our own people involved. So this is in response. This is in response to a question asked. This is in response to a question asked whether NDC members were involved in galamsey activities. And the president spoke about the tendency of people, when there's a change in government, to now approach those who are in government and try to recruit them to participate in galamsey by handing over their equipment to them. But the president then said, despite that, he is very proud of his record so far in the fight against galamsey, and went ahead to outline all the measures that have been implemented to deal with the problem of galamsey. All the equipment that are held up at the port, which would have been out there in the forest, causing deforestation and polluting our water bodies, stand as evidence of the work that he has done. clearing certain forests of illegal miners stand in testimony to the work that he has done. Mr. Speaker, I have said it repeatedly that the problem of Galamsey was aggravated by the involvement of heavy earth-moving machinery. Today, we can confidently say that those earth-moving machineries are not in the field carrying out Galamsey activities. The artisanal mining that has been going on since old ancient Ghana Empire, that one, it will be difficult for you to stop it completely. Artisanal mining, where the young people with their pickaxes and shovels are digging and then trying to process and get their small-scale mining, gold, that has been with us for ages. What created the problem was when foreigners moved in and started pre-financing our indigents with earth-moving equipment. So what we needed to deal with was to take out those earth-moving equipment. But we cannot totally deprive those young people of the use of their labor in the way that they've done historically. As far back as when I was a law student, I recall being a research assistant to my lecturer who was proposing, the new small-scale mining laws. And I went to all the mining sites in this country. And at that time, more than 25 years ago, I saw artisanal mining activities, this Galamsey that we are talking about today. But it was small-scale, and they were just using pickaxes, shovels, digging, processing it. Some of the big mines today, they moved to those locations because of the activities of these artisanal miners. That's how they discovered that there was gold there. So this has been with us for a very long time. What was not with us was the huge excavators, huge dozers. And I know that a lot of it was financed by bigwigs in certain parties and certain governments. And that is not happening any longer. And that's why the president is proud of his record to say, look, I've done as much as I can. Why? In this same house we know. Say, this same house we know. People are being prosecuted in court today. They are being prosecuted in court today. So the evidence is manifest. So, Mr. Speaker, we are proud of our record in dealing with the issue of Galamsey. And the president said, I'm not kidding myself. It's possible that my own party people are involved, but I'm doing a lot of work. It is true that you have a motion pending, and we have had some discussions, and we are hoping that early next week we can take the motion. I can assure you that this central bank governor is an excellent gentleman. I mean, within 1 year, you can see the stability that he has brought to the currency of this country. Within 1 year, you can see how diligently he has restored the integrity of the financial sector of this country. You can see how the banking sector has been revived. Interest rates have come down, and there's liquidity in the system. Mr. Speaker, I know many of you are being chased by your bank so that you can come and take loans, because there's so much liquidity in the system and the interest rates are low. So this central bank governor has done so well, and this side of the house is ready to debate his track record. We are ready to debate the track record of the central bank governor. We are very proud of it. As for Gold Board, it is our major achievement, the establishment of the Gold Board, the method by which we have convinced small-scale miners to sell the gold to government, and then we are able to build reserves that we have used to stabilize the currency. We are very proud of that track record. We are not saying that there will be no cost. There is always cost to progress. Progress costs some money. Success costs some money. Stability costs some money. So as for cost, there will be cost, and we are ready to debate that cost. Now, youth unemployment, yes. As for youth unemployment, it is a reality. The numbers that are applying for the recruitment into the security agencies is definitely a wake-up call. And as for what the World Bank president has said, I can assure you that the various ministers of education, of labor, and of course of industry, when we invite them using the proper channels, they will come and brief us as to what we are doing differently to try and create jobs for our youth. So I know that there are mechanisms by which you bring ministers to this house. And again, every Friday, I seem to have to remind you that you don't bring ministers to this house by getting up on Friday and saying that ministers have to be brought to this house. You know that ministers are brought to this house by being asked questions. You ask the minister a question: what are you doing to create employment for the youth of this country? And the minister will come and answer. You ask the minister for education, what are you doing to ensure that they acquire the relevant skills? The minister for education will come and then, answer. But you don't ask questions. Then on Friday, you will get up and say everything about unemployment. How are you helping the youth by just talking about unemployment? So, Mr. Speaker, ask the questions, and the ministers will come and answer. Mr. Speaker, on that note, let me thank the minority leader for raising these issues. We work as a team. The motion will be taken next week. And if you ask the relevant questions, we'll bring the ministers. And as for the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, he is busy in the field solving the problem. And it is better for us to see manifestation of the solution on the ground than he just coming to make statements on the floor. And so I can assure you that work is being done. We are making a lot of progress. Galamsey is being fought effectively. And in addition to that, he's working very hard as acting environment minister to reclaim the areas that, several years of digging has created across the country. So there is a serious program of reclamation going on. So ask him a question, he will come and answer the question. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
Our members' business statement as presented is hereby adopted. We then move to the next item. Yes.
May I pray for variation of the order of business so that we take motion number 36 so that the minister responsible for education.
Minority leader, the application is to take the motion numbered 36.
Speaker, I'm still worried about the inability of the majority chief whip to consult. This is a business of consultation. It's not a one-side parliament. So if you want to vary something, you engage. Yes, but we know who is involved. So engage. And then let's come back to the speaker.
Yes, motion numbered 36, Minister for Education.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the University of Engineering and Agricultural Sciences Bill 2025 be now read at that time. I so move.
All members, motion ably moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. This being a third reading, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
An act to establish the University of Engineering and Agricultural Sciences and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the University of Engineering and Agricultural Sciences Bill 2025 is duly read for the third time and pass. Yes.
Speaker, may I, before we come to item number 7, may I pray that we take item number 8 to lay the report of the committee responsible for lands and natural resources. Just lay it. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the committee chair just stepped out, so I pray that the member of the committee, the Honorable Richard Achampong, does so on behalf of the chair of the committee.
Honourable members, at commencement of public business, presentation of papers, item numbered 8.
Report of the Committee on Lands and Natural Resources on the mining lease agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources and Barari DV Ghana Limited, for the mining of lithium and other minerals at Mount Kesim, 42.63 kilometers in the Infantiman municipality of the Central Region.
Honourable members, paper has been duly presented and it is for distribution to honourable members. Yes.
Speaker, may we take item number 6? Item number 6.
Item numbered 5. We have taken the business
item
statement.
Number 7,
item number 7, rather.
Mr. Speaker, item number 7. Speaker, may I pray you? Yes. May I pray you in pursuance of order 93.1 to make a statement in respect of a matter of urgent public interest. Speaker, 3 days ago, a private helicopter crashed.
Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it was a small plane, I should say, crashed at a committee 1 site 18 in Tema. Speaker, near the Oninku Primary School. Speaker, 2 persons on board, the pilot and another, have since been declared as dead. Speaker, this matter has traumatized the nation, especially Tema. And it's important that as Parliament, we commiserate with the family of the 2 persons on board, and also the fact that it's escaped crashing onto the school field of the Tema Oninku Primary School. As a house, we commiserate with them. We want to call the attention of the Ghana Air Force as well as the private entity that owns this aircraft, that we are informed that they own other aircraft. They should take maintenance matters seriously. Speaker, on this note, we wish the family, the bereaved family, our deepest condolences. I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, Minority Leader. Minority Leader, there's somebody at your back to comment.
Mr. Speaker, because of the agreement. Right.
Yes.
Proceed, then I can come.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I do associate myself with the message as delivered by the Chief Whip concerning the light plane which crashed near Onunku Basic School. It's a journey to my constituency, that is Tama East, and I sincerely do appreciate the comment as made by the Chief Whip. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Indeed, I would want to extend condolences to the bereaved families and also to stand with the people of Tema East for that tragic, unfortunate incident which occurred when the light sports plane forcefully landed and crashed and caught fire in my constituency in Tema, Committee 1. We can only commiserate with the affected families and also take a cue from such happenings. May I also say that we were just fortunate that even though it was a day that the children were supposed to be in school, we were just fortunate when it happened. It didn't affect other lives apart from those 2 passengers. Indeed, the situation exposes us as a people to how we showed preparedness in the face of such emergency situations. The way this incident occurred would call attention to us as a nation to resource the organs with the responsibility to attend to such situations when they occur. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the leadership of the Tema Metropolitan Assembly headed by Honorable Ebi Bright for the prompt response on the day to ensure that the security services who were on the grounds to perform their activities were given the space to do that. I would also want to put on record that the response rate of the Ghana Fire Service for the Tema Region Fire Service was also very commendable. In addition to that, all key state actors did a good job, and the following day, the way in which they protected the evidence for further investigations was also commendable. And I want to thank my leadership for giving me this space to share this few thoughts. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Minority Leader.
Speaker, I rise on behalf of my colleagues on this side of the House with grief and deep concern following the tragic microlight aircraft crash that occurred on Monday, 16 March 2026 at approximately 2:49 p.m. within the Tema Community 1, Size 17 on the compound of the Tema Metropolitan Assembly Nursery 3 School near Oninku Park. Mr. Speaker, as reported, a privately owned Sky Arrow microlight aircraft with registration number NJ-ADV lost control while attempting to land after flying from Ho to Accra. The aircraft crashed and burst into flames within a populated area, tragically claiming the lives of 2 Ghanaian citizens, Captain Frank Amwenin Donko, aged 36, a highly experienced pilot and a certified flight instructor, and his brother, Elijah Ofori Donko, aged 25, a promising university graduate. Mr. Speaker, the minority extends its deepest condolences to the bereaved family, particularly the parents and relatives of the 2 brothers, their friends, colleagues in the aviation sector, and all who have been affected by this tragedy. These were cherished sons of Elder Frank Kwabna Donko, founder of the Hebron Prayer Camp. May the Almighty grant comfort and strength to the family and all who mourn. Speaker, by the grace of God, there were no extended casualties. The school children, teachers, and members of the public on the ground were not harmed. But let me, on behalf of my colleagues, acknowledge the swift and heroic response of teachers, members of the public, and first responders, including the Ghana National Fire Service, the police, and NADMO, that ensured that the fire was contained and no further loss was sustained. Speaker, beyond mourning, this incident raises serious questions that demand urgent answers. As you are well aware, our colleagues who lost their lives on the 6th of August 2025 helicopter crash, to date, we in this House do not have the full report that was commissioned by His Excellency the President. We therefore urgently demand the following from the authorities. 1. How was a privately owned microlight aircraft allowed to operate over a densely populated corridor with such a devastating consequences? 2. Were all safety protocols, maintenance procedure, and pilot certification strictly observed? 3. What regulatory oversight existed, and why did it fail to prevent this disaster? And finally, could this tragedy have been prevented with stronger monitoring and enforcement? Speaker, the fact that a private aircraft could traverse civilian airspace and crash within a populated area underscores systemic failures in risk management, oversight, and enforcement. Our country, Ghana, cannot continue to normalize preventable disasters. Leadership demands accountability, and the government, we respectfully submit, must act decisively. Speaker, in the light of this tragedy, the minority respectfully calls on the relevant authorities to conduct full, transparent, and independent, as well as time-bound investigation, with findings made public, detailing the cause of the crash, any lapses in certification, maintenance, and operational procedures, and corrective measures to prevent reoccurrence. Review and strengthen aviation safety protocols for all microlight and private aircrafts, particularly in or near. Ensure adequate resourcing of investigative and regulatory bodies to guarantee rigorous monitoring and enforcement. And finally, establish a support system for bereaved families, providing timely assistance and care to mitigate the impact of such tragedies. Mr. Speaker, our side of this House will continue to follow this matter closely and support every measure aimed at protecting lives, strengthening aviation safety, and ensuring that preventable tragedies do not occur again. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the minority hereby reiterates, as we even mourn the loss of Captain Frank Donko and Elijah Donko, that this tragedy to serve as a call to action. It must compel government to enforce safety regulations, strengthen oversight, and protect the lives of all Ghanaians. We owe it a duty to the departed, their family, and the nation to ensure that preventable tragedies like this never happen again. The nation must not be seen only to be mourning when the individuals involved are public officers. Everybody in our country matter to the extent that they are citizens. They have rights, far rights. May their souls rest in perfect peace and rest in the everlasting hands of our Maker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you so much for this treasure space.
Yes, majority side.
Speaker, I pray that we take a minute silence. Then we have two more statements to take. One
So that brings us to the end of that statement.
That is so.
Very
That is
well.
so, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, may we stand up and observe a minute's silence. Honourable members, may their souls rest in perfect peace. Amen. Honourable members, we have a commemorative statement Standing in the name of the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources, Honorable Emmanuel Ama Kofi Boa. You have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to issue this statement ahead of the global observance of the 2026 International Day of Forests, which is celebrated annually on the 21st of March, proclaimed by the United Nations General Assembly in 2012. This day serves to raise global awareness about the immeasurable role forests play in sustaining life on Earth and supporting the livelihood of millions across the globe. The Speaker, this year's theme, Forests and Economies, is an imperative clarion call that compels us to reimagine our relationship with nature. It invites us to recognize forests not merely as resources to be extracted and exhausted, but as living assets, complex ecosystems that, when managed sustainably, can generate enduring wealth, create dignified livelihoods, and anchor our national development in ecological wisdom. Mr. Speaker, forests are no longer just ecological treasures. They are powerful engines of national prosperity. Global forests cover approximately 1/3 of the Earth's land surface and support the livelihood of more than 1.6 billion people. The global forest sector contributes hundreds of billions of dollars annually to the world economy and provides employment for millions across forestry, agriculture, manufacturing, tourism, and ecosystem services. In Ghana, the forest sector contributes significantly to our national development. Timber exports alone earn approximately 100 million euros annually, while local consumption of wildlife and forest products is valued at over $250 million annually. Beyond exports, forests regulate rainfall patterns, protect watersheds. Beyond exports, forests regulate rainfall patterns, protect watersheds, and maintain soil fertility. Our protected forest areas and national parks attract both domestic and international tourists, generating income for local communities and national economy. Additionally, our forests provide medicinal and aromatic plants that support both traditional and modern healthcare systems. About 75% of our rural communities rely on fuel wood as their major energy source for cooking and other domestic needs. Mr. Speaker, 4 months ago, I had a distinct privilege of leading Ghana's delegation to the 30th Conference of the Parties, COP30, to the UN Framework Conference on Climate Change, held at the heart of the Amazon in Belém, in Brazil. A central pillar of this discussion at the COP30 is the role of forests in the global carbon market. We are witnessing the emergence of a new economic reality where a standing, thriving tree is not just an ecological asset, but a financial one. Through verified carbon credits, countries like Ghana that demonstrate a commitment to protecting and restoring our forests can access significant financial flows from the international carbon credit. Honourable Speaker, despite these immense benefits, Ghana's forests continue to face serious threats. Deforestation, illegal logging, unsustainable agricultural expansion, bushfires, and illegal mining activities have significantly degraded many of our forest landscapes. These practices not only destroy our biodiversity, but also threaten our water bodies, soil fertility, and the long-term sustainability of our natural resources. Speaker, it is therefore very paramount that we take deliberate and collective action to protect, restore, and sustainably manage our forest resources. Through the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources and its implementing agencies, particularly the Forestry Commission, the government continues to implement policies and programs aimed at safeguarding our forests while promoting sustainable economic growth. One of the flagship initiatives is the Tree for Life Reforestation Initiative, launched by His Excellency President John Mahama in 2025 at Nkariwe in the Ashanti region to restore degraded mine-out areas and other ecologically sensitive landscapes. I'm pleased to report that against a target of 30 million seedlings in 2025, we successfully distributed and planted over 30 million trees across the country. More importantly, Mr. Speaker, this was a people-powered achievement that created over 41,000 green jobs. We salute our over 2,600 forest champions, over 20,000 farmers under the modified Tunja system, and thousands more in nurseries in the private sector who made this happen. They are the vanguard of Ghana's green revolution. Madam Speaker, this morning on behalf of His Excellency the President, I launched the 2026 edition of the Tree for Life Reforestation Initiative at the Achimota Forest Reserve, the green heart of our capital city. Our target for 2026 is another 30 million seedlings to be planted across the country. I call on all members of this August House to embrace this tree planting exercise when we commence this tree planting in June during the rainy season. Madam Speaker, the Ministry is also strengthening forest governance and enforcement measures to combat illegal logging and illegal mining in forest reserve. We are working closely with security agencies, with forest guards, traditional authorities, civil society organizations, and local communities to protect our forest resources from further degradation. Additionally, Ghana continues to collaborate with international partners on the various climate and forest conservation programs. And I'm proud to note that in August 2025, Ghana became the first African country and the second globally after Indonesia to issue a forest law enforcement, governance, and trade license, FLET license, for the export of legally produced timber to the European market. This achievement places Ghana on the world stage as a leader in environmental sustainability and climate action. As we commemorate this year's International Day of the Forest, I wish to call on all stakeholders and all Ghanaians to join hands in protecting and restoring Ghana's forests. On behalf of the Ministry, I encourage all Ghanaians to actively participate in the 2026 Tree for Life Reforestation Initiatives. Let us remember that healthy forests mean healthy economies, healthy ecosystems, and healthy communities. As Franklin Roosevelt stated, and I quote, "A nation that destroys its soils destroys itself. Forests are the lungs of our land, purifying the air and giving fresh strength to our people. So we must collectively work to protect our forests." Madam Speaker, I thank you for your attention, and may God bless our homeland Ghana. Thank you.
Honourable members, that is the statement ably made by the Minister responsible for lands and natural resources. Given the exigencies of time, how many contributors do we take? Leadership? Leadership? How many contributors?
Speaker, we take 2-2 and leadership. 3.
Very well.
2-2.
Honourable Patrick Obama, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make some few comments. Mr. Speaker, as the Minister was making his statement, I decided to make a few checks. And that in 2024, I thought he was going to report on this in his statement, that the World Bank gave us $20 million, $30 million grant from the UAE, $54.5 million for the Northern Afforestation Program. In total, about $100 million for the forestry sector in 2024. I thought I was going to hear the Minister give us an update on where we are on some of these initiatives. The Minister also mentioned that he's planted and led a Green Ghana project with about 30 million trees. Tree for Life, whatever the name is, 30 million trees. and you couldn't give us an update on where these trees are, the district, the distribution, the districts who benefited and what are we. We needed to know, Mr. Speaker. Very important because, Mr. Speaker, back to the statement, we shouldn't be proud as a country that we've lost over 80% of our forest cover. And now we have to rely on donors to give us money for afforestation, reforestation. It's not a good statement to have come from us as a people that we sat down and saw to this serious degradation through illegal mining that has led to statements being issued by president, ministers of state on how we've not been able to manage our own affairs in areas of forestry maintenance and what have you. Look at our river bodies. Everybody wants to be a millionaire overnight, mining in forest reserves at the detriment of generations to come. Mr. Speaker, I think the minister and the government must take this matter seriously. We've played a lot of politics with our forests and our river bodies, and it's about time that we act seriously. The president gave this country hope that he was going to fight illegal mining in our forest reserves and other places. But here's the situation that the president is telling us that Galamsey is a very difficult tax or issue to fight. We want to see more action in the preservation of our forests and our river bodies. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Frank Afriye. Frank Afriye, you have the floor.
Be very careful.
Okay, Speaker, thank you so much. Speaker, let me also use this auspicious occasion to thank the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. Indeed, the relevance of our need to maintain and preserve our forest cover lies in the symbiotic relationship between humans and forest. And to that extent, I am happy to note that even though His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama has inherited a very sorrowful state as far as forest cover and Galamsey activities are concerned, he has demonstrated political will and willingness to fight this particular menace. Speaker, as we speak, more than 9 of the forest cover previously, which serve as no-go areas, have been reclaimed. And then we are doing well. We are not there yet, but I think that significantly we have made some progress. Indeed, our water bodies are showing signs, incremental signs of recovering. Speaker, the truth is that anytime we elect to fight nature, nature will bounce back and fight us several times. We cannot degrade our environment. We cannot decimate our environment. We cannot pollute our water bodies and expect that they will keep serving us. Indeed, we have a collective responsibility, whether in government or in opposition, to maintain the environment in which we live. The soundness, the ecological integrity of our forest cover is at the heart of how we are able to get the food, the medicine, and everything that we derive from our forest cover. Indeed, I'm happy to hear from the minister that the Tree for Life program for this year is aimed at planting some 30 million seedlings. We in Afajato South, where we have the highest mountain, Speaker, we have voluntarily decided that we will not destroy our environment. We are keeping our forest cover. What we need is serious government bailout. The attention being given to Galamsey areas in an attempt to reclaim this land. Part of it should also be directed. Minister, this is a special appeal to you. Those of us who are not giving you headache in Afajato South, come and see our forest cover. our youth also need some of the attention that are being given to the Galamsey areas. And indeed, Speaker, for me, it is mind-boggling and it's inexcusable that Galamsey is going on in certain communities and the chiefs are there. We must appeal to the National House of Chiefs so that special KPIs will be given to these chiefs, that anything that goes on within your jurisdiction, you must be responsible for it. And I commend Otunfo very well, where at least we have seen him removing some of these chiefs from their throne. We must scale this up to the national level. And indeed, police commanders, service chiefs who are in the various district assemblies, it is their responsibility to make sure that these guys who are destroying our environment are checked. You have no duty to be a police commander if you cannot do these basic responsibilities. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to use the occasion once again to thank the minister and to commend him and to assure him that we in this August House will join him to win the battle eventually. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Akosi Koneru.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this space to add my voice to the statement that is delivered by the Honorable Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, who also doubles as the Acting Minister for Environment. And it's important that we celebrate this day, Mr. Speaker. But however, Mr. Speaker, what do we see? Our forest is under siege. It is not by nature, Mr. Speaker, or by accident. It is by human greed, lack of political will of enforcement, and Mr. Speaker, policy rebranding and inertia. Mr. Speaker, it's important that we note that Ghana once had a rich forest cover stretching from the highlands of the Ashanti regions to the western regions. My brother just talked about the Afajatu, where we have enormous forest cover in that area. But Mr. Speaker, what we are seeing today is our rivers turning brown by illegal activities in our forest resources and on our river bodies. Our forest reserves being invaded, Mr. Speaker, and also the disappearance of our biodiversity. That is very, very serious. And it's important that on such a day, Mr. Speaker, we draw attention to it. It is not an environmental crisis alone. It is now at the height of a national security threat. Mr. Speaker, because if we are losing our water bodies, we are losing our forests, we are primarily losing our lives and our existence as a people. And that is a national security threat, Mr. Speaker. So it's important that we go along on these matters and make sure that we enforce our laws. Mr. Speaker, let us be very candid. We've seen several initiatives over the years. Mr. Speaker, we can talk about Ghana Forest Plantation Strategy. That is from the year 2016 to the year 2040. Mr. Speaker, we can also speak of the Green Ghana Initiative, which has now been rebranded as Tree for Life. Mr. Speaker, these initiatives are right. They are good. Mr. Speaker, they are important. But they should not only remain on paper. Mr. Speaker, they must not remain on paper. They must be at least things that we must make sure that we are using them to enforce and restore our forest cover. Mr. Speaker, we cannot be going about planting trees in the morning and doing galamsey in the night. The failure of enforcement is very critical. Mr. Speaker, the minister talked about the Conference of Parties, COP. Mr. Speaker, it is used as one way or the other to make an absolute report on the progress that are being made by member countries or participating countries. Whereas the greatest challenges that these countries or these environmental communities are facing will be addressed. Mr. Speaker, our current threat to our forest cover is illegal mining activities. And Mr. Minister, those are the things that we must be bold enough to be addressing these issues. We cannot go about, Mr. Speaker, always talking about programs, changing programs, commemorating events and days. But we must have the political will for us not to let this day remain as one of the days on our calendar. That where we come, we commemorate, we talk about it, we stress issues, we go out there having ceremonies to commemorate. The political will must be there, the enforcement must be there. We must not lose sight that if we fail today to address the issues that are confronting us with the degradation of our forest reserves, Mr. Speaker, later generations will not talk about us as leaders. We may have held political positions, we may have held positions of authority, but they will talk of us as a failed generation that, Mr. Speaker, did not honor the pledge of nature to mankind. And I would end by telling my honorable minister that walk the talk and let us save our environment and our forest. I thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Collins Dauda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this important statement delivered by the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, it is true that our forest cover is diminishing and at a very fast rate. Mr. Speaker, it is difficult to stop the rate at which the forest cover is going, because we live in a country, Mr. Speaker, where if we want to build, the forest suffers. If we want to construct roads, the forest suffer. If we want to mine, the same. If we want to farm, to provide food for ourselves, the forest suffers. So it's a difficult situation to deal with. Mr. Speaker, when the state or the country decided to put some forests under reservation, the population at the time was very, very small or low. And therefore, a large chunk of our forest was put under reservation and leaving a very big size for farming purposes. That is what is called the off-reserve areas. And it would contain us. We were dependent on the off-reserve areas for most of our things without thinking of touching the forest reserve. In fact, at the time, if anybody wanted to enter the forest, that person needed to take a permit from the forestry officer around to be able to access the forest, even to collect leaves. And they helped the Forestry Commission to protect and manage the reserves for us. Mr. Speaker, today, the communities along these forests, which were villages, have become urban towns. The off-reserve area that they were dependent on can no longer support them, but they must eat. So what they do is that they encroach on the forest reserve. So, like it happens in any part of the world, when your forest is dwindling, what you do is that because it's a renewable natural resource, you go into tree planting. And that should be the focus. But Mr. Speaker, everybody in this chamber supports tree planting. Every government that has ever been in this country has come with one program or the other to plant trees to enrich the forest. But what we see, in 2010, when I had the privilege of serving this country as the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, I also made a similar statement in this chamber. And my colleagues have equally made same statements or similar statements. But the forests keep going down. So the only way is to plant. If we make a conscious effort to plant, we'll have our forest back. Otherwise, let's forget about it. Mr. Speaker, every year during budget, we provide sums of monies to support plantation development in the country. At the end of the year, during the review, you realize that if 10 cities was allocated for plantation development, the maximum released for tree planting will be like four cities. So we speak passionately about tree planting, but the effort to ensure tree planting, we are sluggish. The Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, if you ask him to complain, he'll complain and complain and complain of resources. And if you take on timeout. So,
Honourable Member, 1 minute more.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. So we all need to focus. We all need to focus on how we can provide money, enough money, for the minister to be able to do tree planting. Let's prioritize tree planting. Let's prioritize plantation development. If we have forest, the benefits are enormous, particularly in this area where our youth are looking for jobs. Plantation development can provide a lot of opportunities for our youth. So, the Minister of Finance has to be spoken to, so that in November, in the budget, it should provide a huge sum of money for the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources to embark on plantation mass.
Yes, Honourable Amprachum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the discussion on the table, special reference to the statement that was made by the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources and Acting Minister for Environment, Science and Technology. I was with the Minister this morning when we went to the Achimota Forest to celebrate the day. And I was extremely happy because I'm somebody who loves nature, somebody who loves the forest, and somebody who loves the greenery. Where I come from, or where my constituency is the transition between the savannah and the forest belt. When I was growing up, a greater part of the constituency was forest. Now, 50 years down the line, there's been a big change. Savannah is seriously encroaching on the forest areas in my constituency. And I have seen the devastating effect that it has brought to bear on the constituency landscape and on the constituents. So it's good that we have a day like this where we celebrate and then we encourage the citizenry to join in preserving nature, in preserving the trees, and in preserving the greens. The forest, as we all know, is of great importance to all of us. Principally, through trees and through the green, we get our oxygen. And oxygen is life. So when we link the tree with life, we are linking the tree with the provision of oxygen. If we maintain our forests and the trees, we are also fighting climate change, and we all know the devastating effect that climate change has had on mankind and on our lives and in our future. Promoting it also gives support to biodiversity and plants and animals activities, which again is of great importance to our living as human beings. At the same time, when we have the greenery and we have the trees, it protects our rivers. It gives shades and it helps the rivers from drying up very fast. And we all know the importance of the rivers. Apart from the forest providing us with food, medicine, helping with our livelihood. In Ghana, there has been serious attack on the forest, and that is where my concern is. The river bodies. What is happening with the river bodies? The attack of Galamsey. What is happening in our forest reserves? The attack of the Galamseyers, of the illegal miners. It becomes so important that with the advent of Galamsey and the activities of small-scale mining or illegal small-scale mining, our environment is under attack. Our tomorrow is under attack. Our rivers are under attack. It's my prayer that this government, and especially the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources and Environment, will pay serious and particular attention in addressing the attacks that are happening in our forest reserves. There is no point paying lip service that we are working on it, we are coming up with innovative and creative ideas when nothing really is happening. But everything seems to be going down. My good friend, the minister, is somebody I like on the other side. It's unfortunate that during his time as the minister, his constituency had become the headquarters of Galamsey. Yes. Again. Minister, you are my good friend and I like you. Unfortunately, I am a bit troubled about what is happening in your constituency, Elembele, with special reference to Galamsey. And I have to say it here and then that it become the #1 Galamsey constituency in Ghana. So please, whilst fighting,
Yes, majority side.
Speaker, the comment from the Honorable Amprechum cannot be allowed to. He has to withdraw. It breaches Order 93, Rule 5. He is privileged to comment on the statement made by a member or minister. But in doing so, he must not say things that will provoke debate. He ought not to do that. He ought not to do. He should withdraw, Mr. Speaker, and apologize.
Yes.
Speaker, I checked with Honorable Amprechum, and I'm sure that this is a matter he is willing to prove. And I'm also aware that the same thing is happening in the hometown of the Deputy Minister. And that of the House, just the area of the President.
Yes. Honorable Jerry Ahmed. Honorable Ahmed. Honorable Ahmed. Honorable Ahmed.
Speaker,
the statement he made is to the effect that the minister's constituency is the headquarters.
Let's not belabor. I'm saying that I have withdrawn. But I want to give you, in reference to the point I made, I have withdrawn. But let me quote what he said.
Honorable Jerry Ahmed, with all due respect, I give you the opportunity to comment on the statement you have decided to yield.
Speaker, I am in leadership, respectfully. It's a matter that has to do with...
You've agreed 2-2 and the leadership.
Yes.
And I've taken 2 from
Speaker,
here.
I
came to you as a leader. You've decided to yield. So you do not have a right to comment. Your right to comment has been given out. The issue that we can deal with is whether it is a matter of facts that the constituency of the minister responsible for lands and natural resources is the headquarters for Galamsey. If not, Honorable Amprachum, I will urge on you to have that statement withdrawn.
Speaker, so let me take the step.
Honorable Jerry Ahmed, you are not the maker of that statement.
Mr. Speaker, before I come to the substantive advice that you've given me, let me just make a small comment about it. Mr. Speaker, the Ankobra River.
Honorable Amprachum, I give you the opportunity to do the needful. We are all members of parliament. We should be guided as to how we speak against each other regarding issues of our constituency.
Mr. Speaker, let me modify my statement. I could see.
Honourable members, with all due respect to the statement made by Amprachum that the constituency of the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources is the headquarters for Galamsey, is accordingly ordered to be expunged from the record as if it does not exist. Honourable members, we are all members of parliament. We should be courteous as to how we speak against each other.
Okay.
The statement is expunged.
Oh,
yes.
So I don't need to withdraw by you for expunging.
Yes. Yes, majority leadership. The statement is expunged. It's no longer in the record. So how will you be responding to what is no longer in the record?
I want to educate him on Ankobra River. 93 kilometers river. I want to show him.
Honorable Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, the statement is expunged and it does not exist.
Speaker, I yield road to the Honorable Deputy Minister.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me thank the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources for being a very responsible minister. He's come here this afternoon to remind us of a very important global activity. And so we need to eulogize him for that stewardship. Mr. Speaker, the theme for this year's International Day of Forest is forest and economy. And many relevant points have been made in terms of its economic benefits, its job creation, and all of that. Mr. Speaker, I have listened to my colleagues, and I think that days like this should be used in providing solutions rather than lamentations and accusations. Mr. Speaker, this is a house of records, and so when we speak, we must come with facts. Mr. Speaker, if there is any government that is noted on record, and I'll make reference to Professor Frimpong Barton's report. If you avert your mind to that report, those on this side will not have the moral right to even talk on issues of Galamsey. Mr. Speaker, we are in a situation where the MPP administration
Honorable Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, you are reminded of Standing Order 93.5. So you need to make sure that your comment does not generate into a debate.
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided, and thanks for the direction. Mr. Speaker, the John Mahama-led administration inherited a situation where out of about 288 forest reserves, 44 of them were tampered with between the period of His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo.
Please, I admonish you.
Mr. Speaker,
Order
I'm giving you records.
93.5.
Mr. Speaker, I take the clue once again. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that we inherited a situation where our forest reserves were tampered with. About 44 of them were tampered with, where we have galamsey activity going on. Out of the 44, Mr. Speaker, 9 of them were completely taken over. This is what we inherited.
I recognize Jerry Ahmed on his feet.
Speaker, still, as per your direction, he is still not listening. Speaker, I come under Order 93.5, and to say that all the comments canvassed by him, the last part of his comments, Speaker, they are not a true reflection of the situation. Speaker, when I said one, you asked me to withdraw. Speaker, if he cannot provide evidence to the effect of what he's saying now, he should have that response, and I apologize. And it's not part of the business statement, Speaker. Yes, it's not part of the minister's statement, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Sule, you have
Mr. Speaker, they are...
be guided accordingly.
Mr. Speaker, I am saying to you that we have 288 forest reserves, and out of that, what we inherited was that 44 of them were tempted with illegal activities in terms of mining. That's a fact. And this happened between a certain period, and that's a fact. And we are saying that out of the 44, 9 of those forest reserves were a no-go area. That's a fact. And this is not the first time we are saying it on this floor. It is found in all instances where the minister has spoken, and it is also found in the State of the Nation Address in 2025. Mr. Speaker, I am saying, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Sule, your time is going. You still have the floor.
Galamsey and the headquarters of Galamsey, it is very obvious. It is very obvious that you cannot. Mr. Speaker, let him tell you that for the records, there is no single forest reserve in the Bole Bambo constituency that has been destroyed. Let me also put on record that there is no any river body in the Bole Bambo constituency that has been destroyed. And so if you make a statement that Galamsey activities is taking place in the Bole Bambo constituency and that should be an issue, let us avert our minds to the eastern region. Let us avert our mind to the Ashanti region. Let us avert our mind to the western region. These are areas where rivers have been tempted, and these are areas where we are concentrating in ensuring that all these rivers that have been tempted, we are able to work to bring them to life. I thought that we should have been asking ourselves, as members of parliament, how many trees have you planted in a year? How many trees have you encouraged somebody to plant? These are the things that we should be talking about, rather than lamenting.
Members, we have gradually come to an end of that statement. There is another statement on the essence of al-Fitr to the peaceful coexistence and development in Ghana. Unfortunately, the maker of the statement, is here, is Honorable Baba Jamal Mohammed. MP Isaiah also constituency. You have the floor. Yes. Yes, initially I thought the name would be in the head note, but I rather put the name down.
Mr. Speaker, I humbly rise to make a statement on the essence of the celebration of Eid al-Fitr by the Muslim community in Ghana and the world at large. But permit me to greet you with the Islamic greetings, Assalamu alaikum. Peace be unto this house. Today marks the last day of 30 days of fasting by Muslims worldwide, including our Muslim compatriots in Ghana. It has been a period of self-denial of food and worldly pleasures by Muslims, myself inclusive. Mr. Speaker, after fasting over the period of 30 days, Allah has ordained Eid al-Fitr for all Muslims for merrymaking, brotherly love, and total submission to the will of Almighty Allah. In Ghana, the celebrations of this festival starts tomorrow with massive prayers in all Muslim communities across Ghana, especially in the Zongos where we have large concentrations of Muslims. With the national celebrations and prayers at Independence Square to be led by the National Chief Imam, Dr. Sheikh Nur Sharbutu. The essence of this festival is to bring families and friends together as Islam teaches us to ensure every member of the community, be they Muslims or not, to be happy, well catered for, and shown love. This celebration teaches us peaceful coexistence and tolerance, which are essential tools for national development. It teaches Muslims to reach out to other people in their neighborhood and make peace with all mankind. Mr. Speaker, as Muslims celebrate Eid al-Fitr, the lessons learned during the fasting period must reflect in our daily lives as Ghanaians. The spirit of Eid al-Fitr is love for one another. Let all Ghanaians, not only Muslims, be our brother's keeper. One of the famous sayings of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, found in al-Shaykh Buhari, is, Mr. Speaker, I quote in Arabic, "La yu'minu ahadukum hatta yuhibbu li ahi ma yuhibbu li nafsi." Translated, none of you is a true believer of Islam unless you desire for your brother or sister what you desire for yourself. Therefore, none of you is a true believer of Islam unless you desire for your brother or sister what you desire for yourself. Therefore, a Muslim is a true believer of Islam only and when he desires for another person, Muslim or non-Muslim, what he desires for he or herself. As celebrated worldwide in Ghana, the festival is marked with cultural display of chiefs and people of different tribal and ethnic backgrounds, especially in the Zongos and in Nima City in particular. Different tribal groups led by their various chiefs organize processions on the streets to thank Allah for his mercies throughout the year. It is a great sin to witness this procession nicknamed Kashika Shika, shake and dance, on the streets of Nima. And I take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to invite all Ghanaians
to witness this special procession on the street of Nima this year on the day of Eid al-Fitr, which is tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, another significant aspect of the celebration of Eid al-Fitr is that it brings families and tribes together to appreciate each other and to live in peace. Almighty Allah states in the Holy Quran, chapter 49, verse 13, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, Ya ayyuhan nas, inna khalaqnakum min zakar wal unsa, waja'alnakum shu'uban wa kaba'il, litarafu, innal akramakum indallahi atqakum. Which translates, O humanity, indeed we created you from a male and a female and made you into peoples and tribes so that you may get to know one another. Surely the most noble of you in the sight of Allah is the most righteous among you. Allah is truly all-knowing and aware. So in Islam, tribes are for the purposes of identification and cultural unity, but not division among mankind. So the celebration of Eid al-Fitr offers us the opportunity to come together as one people in different tribes. That spirit of unity in diversity is what has kept together Zongo people and Muslims in general for many, many years. Mr. Speaker, by the kind courtesy of President Mahama and his government and the approval of this August House, Muslims in Ghana, and for that matter, all Ghanaians enjoy 2 holy days on the occasion of Eid al-Fitr, which we are very grateful as Muslims. This allows Muslims to celebrate the festival in peace and joyful mood. It allows families to come together to spend time together. Tribes and groups come together to celebrate their culture and heritage. It brings joy and great times to Muslims and Ghanaians as a whole, and this brings out the true Ghanaian religious mix and tolerance that sets us aside from other countries in the world. Mr. Speaker, permit me to use this opportunity to admonish all and sundry who, out of ignorance of our history as a country, erroneously see people living in our Zongos and largely Muslim communities as aliens and foreigners, to reorient themselves and see all persons irrespective of their tribe, religion, creed, or name as Ghanaians once they satisfy the constitutional criteria of Republic of Ghana. Let all Ghanaians know that it is not the tribe of a person or his religion, creed, or name that makes him a Ghanaian, but it is the laws of Ghana that makes a person a Ghanaian. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam admonished all Muslims to be generous on the day of Eid al-Fitr. Muslims must be tolerant and peaceful makers, patriotic and serve their country, in this case Ghana, with all their heart. We as Muslims and indeed all Ghanaians must understand that rights go with responsibilities, and we must all be law-abiding as dictated by the celebration of Eid al-Fitr. Muslims must live with other people from other religions in peace and harmony. They must sing the praises of Almighty Allah from dawn to dusk on Eid day. We must pray for the continuous blessings of peace in our country, even as we celebrate Eid al-Fitr. I wish all Ghanaians a happy Eid al-Fitr and blessed New Year. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Salam alaikum.
Yes, Honorable Patrick Yaoboma, then I'll come to Haji Aladi.
You don't have the chief imam in your council. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me thank the Honorable Member of Parliament for Ayawasu East for this very important statement before the celebration of this very important celebrations come tomorrow, inshallah. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to use this opportunity to wish the National Chief Imam, Sheikh Dr. Nuh Sharabutu, my constituent, my father, and someone the whole country loves and adore. And also Sheikh Umar of Abeka, who leads the Al-Sunnah sect of this country. Mr. Speaker, the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam preaches peace, love for one another, and to be very modest during this celebration. Mr. Speaker, it is for a reason that for some time now, the Ramadan period has coincided with the Lent period by the Christians. It is very, very important for us to know and appreciate as a country that we should live together as one people, love one another, celebrate Christmas, celebrate Easter, celebrate Ramadan or Salah together in peace, in oneness, and ensure that we all achieve the goals of this country as brothers. Mr. Speaker, on this auspicious day and on this very important day, a statement ably made by the Member of Parliament for Ayawasu East, his maiden statement on his election. Let me say a big thank you to all the Muslim communities in and around New Fadama, Abeka, Apenkwa, and the whole country. And to the leader of the House, who is a Muslim, I wish him and the Muslim brothers and sisters in the chamber a happy Salah. May Allah bless us all. Thank you very much.
Honorable Haji Aladi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the statement ably made by my brother, Honorable Baba Jamal, on the Eid al-Fitr. Mr. Speaker, Eid al-Fitr is a celebration by the Muslim Ummah. After a 29 or 30-day fast, Mr. Speaker, many a time we observe this fasting from morning, that is before 6 a.m., when we take sahur. Those who really eat, some of us do not eat in the morning, we observe the fast until evening, and that is after 6 p.m. This is done for either 29 or 30 days, which is accepted by the Almighty Allah. Mr. Speaker, during the fast in the day, we neither eat nor drink, and neither do you have to get into any nocturnal activities, married or unmarried, and you try as much as you can to abstain from anything that would destroy your fast. Mr. Speaker, during the fast, you are supposed to be more peaceful than ever, prayerful, asking for forgiveness, not for yourself alone, for everyone, because at least you have your children, you have your grandchildren, you have relatives, you even have your colleagues and associates. Mr. Speaker, prayer is very important when we are observing our fast. Mr. Speaker, under the circumstance, women that are still menstruating do not observe the fast, but they are supposed to fast and pay for the number of days that they would have menstruated. So those that would menstruate maybe 4 days, 1 week, 10 days, they will have to pay after that because they are not allowed to fast. Mr. Speaker, people who are not well, Muslims for that matter, who are not well, will not fast. And when we say those who are not well, it depends. Those who are not well just for a period would have to repay when they are well. But for those that are so unwell or unhealthy or are ill that they cannot fast at all, they have to pay by offering some quantities of food to especially the poor and needy. Mr. Speaker, those who are so seriously sick and cannot afford to offer anything are not obligated to pay anything once they don't have it. Mr. Speaker, the Islamic religion, and for that matter, we Muslims are enjoined not to segregate, discriminate, judge, or try in any way to malign anybody, because we are not the Almighty Allah. We do not judge, and we cannot tell. We cannot judge anybody because of religion, because of ethnicity, tribe, race, male or female, and that is gender. Mr. Speaker, with this, the religion encompasses everyone to accept every individual as he or she is. And when we are praying, we pray for everybody. Mr. Speaker, with the celebration, which most of us, especially in Ghana, will be undertaking tomorrow, Muslims are supposed to congregate at various places to say the Eid prayer. For those who are not able to go, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't mean that if you don't go to the Eid grounds, you cannot pray your 2 rakats at home. You should pray or say your 2 rakats at home. Mr. Speaker, whatever you may have tomorrow to celebrate,
Honourable Member, your time is up. Yes, you have the floor.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I commend the Honorable Baba Jamal Ahmed, Baba Jamal Mohammed Ahmed, until recently, no, His Excellency, for making such an insightful statement. Mr. Speaker, there couldn't have been a better time for such a statement, inspiring unity among the people of this republic. Mr. Speaker, particularly because he himself has been a victim of circumstance, and for that reason he's in a position to preach about unity. And so I commend him for preaching unity in this country. And what I even found very thought-provoking, very insightful, Mr. Speaker, is the last sentence of the 3rd paragraph of his statement. Mr. Speaker, with your liberty, I quote, "None of you is a true believer of Islam unless you desire for your brother or sister what you desire for yourself." It is very, very instructive. It is useful learning that we don't wish for others what we don't wish for ourselves. And so, Mr. Speaker, but why? Mr. Speaker, and so we must all learn from this. We must all learn from this. We should wish for others the good we wish for ourselves, and pray to avert the evil we don't wish for ourselves. The Eid, Mr. Speaker, in my humble view, for instance, is very happy. It's a very good moment for me because my constituency has a very significant Muslim population, the Efiakobi electoral area, which is popularly called Alaba. Mr. Speaker, I wish all the Muslims in my constituency happy Eid. At this point, I would also want to pray that all those who lost their lives in the course of the fasting, may the good Lord receive them into the bosom of Abraham. In my constituency, on a fine Sunday, I decided to break the fast with some of my Muslim friends at Efiakobi electoral area.
It's not me.
One of the gentlemen, a polling station chairman, and a unit committee member, a very good friend of mine, who was part of the event that day. Unfortunately, the next dawn, were informed of his demise. That is very, very unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. His name is Sadiq Abubakar, and I pray that the good Lord, Mr. Speaker, keep his soul in the bosom of Abraham. In conclusion, another part of his statement that, Mr. Speaker, I find very interesting. Very, very interesting, Mr. Speaker. Has to do with, oh humanity, indeed, we created you from a male and female and made you into peoples and tribe so that you may get to know one another. Let's get to know one another and be united, irrespective of political divide and where we stand, even within our own political party. Let's love one another and not be antagonistic and form committees and sign letters against people. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Suleiman.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful. Mr. Speaker, let me welcome my brother with the very words that he has used in welcoming us. So I say, wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu, ya ahi. Meaning, the same way he has asked for peace and bless, Allah's peace and blessings be upon us, is the same way I'm asking that Allah's blessings and peace be upon the Prophet. Mr. Speaker, this statement is well researched. This statement touches the very important ingredients that are supposed to be touched in matters like this. Mr. Speaker, Eid al-Fitr marks the end of the month of Ramadan. And so it is a period where all Muslims will come together to celebrate and commemorate the 29 or 30 days that they have fasted. Indeed, it's a period for us to show love to each other and beyond. It is a period where we have to give out what we call Zakat al-Fitr. Zakat al-Fitr is a special sadaqah or zakah, let me put it that way, zakah, that we give to our neighbors. It should be a day where everybody around you will celebrate. It should be a day where when you are eating, nobody should sit hunger. It is a day that we have to show love. And that is why I'm very happy, my brother, that you mentioned the appropriate Quranic verses. In Quran chapter 49 verse 13, Ya ayyuha lazina amma, ya ayyuha nas, inna halakinakum min zakari wa unsa, wa ja'alnakum suhiba wa kabaila, inna akramakum inda Allah hatikakum. All mankind, we have created you from a male and a female, and we have put you into tribes and nations. The essence of that is for you to be able to identify yourself, is for you to be able to know yourself. This is very important for us today in Ghana. Let us don't allow religion to divide us. We should not allow politics to divide us. After all, when it comes to religion, the Quran says that lakum dinukum waliyadin. Unto you your religion, and unto me my religion. The person who will judge is Allah. Again, the Quran says that la nufariqu bayna adam min rusulihi. Do not bring about separation. Do not bring about distinction amongst my prophet. So all Muslims believe in Jesus Christ. And so we are not supposed to bring about any division between him and his followers and that of the Prophet Muhammad and his followers. It's very important for us. And we expect all of us to come together and show love. After all, the person who judges is Allah. And so I want to use this platform to call on all Muslims who are celebrating this Eid tomorrow to do it with humility. A situation where you see our brothers riding on motorbikes, over celebrating it, should be a thing of the past. This is a day to show love. This is a day to share what you have. I don't expect to see our brothers riding bicycles, riding motorbikes in a way and manner that will not bring peace. I use this opportunity on behalf of the Muslim caucus of Parliament to wish all Muslims in Ghana, and in particular in my constituency, Eid Mubarak. May the Almighty Allah give us the blessings of the man that we have observed. May the blessings attach or be attached to all of us, whether a Muslim or a Christian. May He, the Almighty Allah, bless our president, bless our speaker, bless the legislature, bless everybody in this country, so that at the end of the day, we will be able to develop a nation that others will admire. With this, I say, wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. May Allah's peace and blessings be upon all of you.
Yes, minority leadership. Minority leadership.
Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity. Speaker, let me particularly commend the former High Commissioner to Nigeria, His Excellency Alhaji Baba Jamal, the friend of the minority. Speaker, against the backdrop that Ghana is practicing religious pluralism, and that we have the chief imam, who is also very close to Reverend Father Campbell in my constituency. Speaker, I am a proud Ghanaian. Speaker, Baba Jamal made some very important submissions, and it behoves on us, and me in particular, to call on him, to let him understand that during this fasting period, there was one thing we asked for, that our sins be forgiven. Speaker, that he asked that we should create in us, Allah should create in us a clean heart, renew our spirits, and forgive our sins and the sins of other members. Speaker, I am making a personal and passionate appeal to Honorable Alhaji Baba Jamal that he should forgive the regional majority caucus members, the chairpersons, the 16 chairpersons that wrote the letter asking for his disqualification. Baba Jamal, may Allah touch your heart to forgive each and every member of the regional caucus and the whole majority caucus, led by the majority leader, for rejecting you.
Baba, forgive them.
In fact, forgive Jubilee House too for coming against you. Baba Jamal, let me refer to your own
Honorable Jerry Ahmed. Sometimes I believe strongly you do certain things deliberately, because I will not doubt your knowledge of the rules. So I will recognize Honorable Roxanne Nelson Eche Dapamoko.
Speaker, the Honorable Second Deputy Minority Whip, my brother, is on his feet saying very unparliamentary things. Speaker, the things he has said against the regional caucus chairpersons of the majority side and the majority leader, they are most unparliamentary. They cannot stay in our records. He needs to withdraw them and apologize. Nobody wrote to reject the Honorable Baba Jamal. Nobody from this side wrote to reject him. You are not communicating properly. So you will withdraw because the things you have said, they offend under 93 Rule 5. Your comments are provoking debate. And so you will withdraw them. You know what to do. You are a leader of this house.
Speaker, I thank my brother for bringing this to my notice. Speaker, I also ask for forgiveness.
Yes.
That if in my acts or omissions I may have stepped on a toe, I am using this platform and this statement so that they will take me to Privileges Committee. Yeah. Speaker, it is very crucial that we forgive ourselves. And this is the most important or opportune time for us to ask for forgiveness. Right. Speaker, let me refer to Baba Jamal's line that is most critical. Right. And he said, none of you is a true believer of Islam. None of you is a true believer of Islam unless you desire for your brother or sister what you desire for yourself. Simplicity, love your neighbor as yourself. Speaker, this is Baba Jamal. He has been a member of parliament before. He was only praying to come back and join his own colleagues. And all he found was action. Speaker, we are using this platform to ask that let us stay united. That's right. Let us forgive ourselves. Let peace reign. That's right. Whether you are in NDC or in MPP, right. Whether you are from Mole or Choco, we are all one people. Whether you support one parliamentary candidate or presidential candidate, please let us know that it is for us to remain united. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to wish all Muslims in Wejagbawi, especially the imams in Wejagbawi, and across Ghana and the world, a happy Eid. May God bless us all.
Yeah. Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member for Ayawaso East has broken the ice, made his first formal statement on the floor of the House to mark this very important festival in the Islamic calendar. And let me acknowledge the contributions that have been made by colleagues who have already emphasized the importance of the Eid to Muslims and to the rest of humanity. Mr. Speaker, Muslims in this country have made a lot of progress, especially under the government of the National Democratic Congress. Mr. Speaker, in our 2024 electioneering campaign, we promised the Muslim community that if we won the election, we will add one additional public holiday to the Muslim community.
Yeah, we have done that.
And we have done it.
Yeah, that is one.
And we have done it. So, Mr. Speaker, this Eid Muslims are going to have cumulatively 4 days in a row. 4 days in a row. Tomorrow, Friday, will be a public holiday. Saturday and Sunday are already holidays. And Monday, they will enjoy a holiday. And the NDC knew very well how Muslims struggle to fast 30 days, especially the last 10 days, when Muslims will stay throughout the night praying, and so it becomes difficult if you give them just one holiday, because they need time to prepare for the Eid. And so, against opposition from people that are known in this chamber, we on this side, weathered the storm and passed the legislation which institutionalized a second holiday for Muslims. And we are very proud today that this has come to stay. And we know that Muslims appreciate the National Democratic Congress.
Very well.
Yes. And that is not all. Muslims are making progress. This year, the Hajj fee is affordable.
Yes.
It has been reduced.
Yes.
It has been reduced, and Muslims will enjoy the Hajj better than they did last time.
Alhamdulillah.
Mr. Speaker, I want to state that no matter what you say of Baba Jama, he will never be a member on your side. No matter what you say. Put an issue before this house and put it to a vote. And no matter what you say, Baba Jama will vote for the NDC. Baba Jama will remain a proud member on this side of the house. Nothing that you will say will convert him to an MPP member. So stop deceiving yourselves. Stop feeling that you can co-opt him, because he will never be an MPP member. He will never vote for MPP. Even when he doesn't have a use for his vote, he will give it to the MPP. So don't waste your time. And as for this side of the house, I can assure you that this side of the house has no issue with Baba Jamal. This side has no issue with Baba Jamal. And the position taken by this side of the house following those incidents are principled positions. And they did not respect individuals or persons. And that is what Islam teaches everyone. Principle and
Honorable Leader, there is an indication that your time is up.
So, Mr. Speaker, I don't know when we started. I don't know when we started timing leaders. But let me conclude by saying that we thank our colleague for the statement, and to wish all Muslims a happy Eid, to wish all Muslims a happy celebration, but to caution our brothers and sisters that they should celebrate in modesty. The level of excitement that sometimes we see our young people ride bikes, ride horses, and try to celebrate the Eid sometimes can be scary, and in some instances have led to fatalities. We are praying that tomorrow's Eid and all the festivities attending the celebration of the Eid will be done with modesty and having regard to the safety of everyone who is participating in the celebration. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Honourable members, statement time is ended. Majority Leader, any indication?
Speaker, indeed, we want to take item number 9, Mr. Speaker. Number 9.
Which one?
That's the report of the committee.
Lithium. Let's talk.
Yes. Yes. Minority.
Speaker.
We are finished with item number 8, so
yes,
we are
Speaker.
moving to item number 9.
Yes, Speaker, I've seen that, and I can see that the two powerful leaders are engaging, which is a good thing. Speaker, so once we allow them to engage and come back, which is about a minute, Speaker, I think that's the best way to do it.
So,
we should just...
as a matter of fact, as they are engaging, the actual item is item number 10.
Very well.
This is the procedural one.
Yes, Speaker.
So we can be looking at the procedural pending the outcome of their engagement. That will inform us as to whether we should take item number 10
Speaker, that is
or
okay.
not. Yes, Chairman of the committee. Before then, let me use the opportunity to acknowledge the presence of students from Radiant DA Basic School, led by Richard Dixon, a teacher. They are from Ejumako Enyan, ACM. They numbered 136. We also have Glory Plus Academy, led by Mr. Jacob Mensah, a teacher. They are from Kung Kantamanso, and they are 55. Honourable members, on your behalf, I welcome them to Parliament and urge them to have a fruitful visit. Kindly resume your seats. Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the motion numbered 9, appearing on page 3 of today's order paper. I so move.
Honourable members, motion move. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I like to second the motion.
Honourable members, motion move and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, this is a procedural motion. I will therefore put a question. As many as are in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Yes, Majority Leader, I saw you engaging.
Speaker, the engagement has been fruitful. Engagement has been fruitful. So, Mr. Speaker, we'll take motion number 10. Motion number 10, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Lands and Natural Resources on the mining lease agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, and Barari DV Ghana Limited, for the mining of lithium and other minerals at Mankesim in the Fantima municipality of the Central Region. I so move. Mr. Speaker,
doing so, you present the committee's report.
I present your committee's report, and I crave your indulgence to read some parts of the observations and ask that the Hazard Department captures as having been fully read. Mr. Speaker, I want to read paragraph 7.7 of the report, clause 3 of Subsection 2 to the mining lease agreement provides that the company shall set aside 1% of annual revenue for community development fund pursuant to a community development agreement that shall be signed with the communities impacted by its operations. The committee thus noted that establishment of the CDF upon ratification of the agreement and the subsequent operationalization of the mining project will bring significant socio-economic benefits to the people of the mining area through investments and infrastructure projects by the fund. Preparatory discussions on the Community Development Fund have already taken place between the communities and the company. A memorandum received from the paramount chiefs of Nkusukum, Mankesim, and Abra traditional areas states the following regarding the Community Development Fund contemplated under the agreement. Our engagements with the community, quote, our engagements with the community have commenced towards this fund, and the framework is in draft. This fund, projected to exceed $6.0 million annually, will bring significant development to the catchment area and the central region. We, Nananum, and community leaders at the community consultative committee meeting have proposed using a substantial portion of this fund to stimulate other industries in the catchment area. The fund will also support scholarships for disadvantaged students and the development of health and educational facilities. The memorandum from the paramount chiefs further indicates the following regarding infrastructure development. Though not having started operations, the company has undertaken some local procurement and infrastructure development in our communities, showing its commitment to community development. We are informed that the project would utilize locally made goods and services during construction and production to promote the local economy and build capacity. Thus, Nananum are firmly behind the project due to the potential benefits of the project in terms of infrastructure development, local capacity building, and technology transfer, and generally boosting the local economy of the catchment area. Mr. Speaker, as to what was being done with regards to land access and compensation to project-affected persons, the committee was informed that the company and the communities have established a compensation negotiation committee for crop and land and a resettlement negotiation committee for persons due for resettlement as prescribed by the Minerals and Mining Act 2006, Act 703, and the Minerals and Mining Compensation and Resettlement Regulation 2012 LI 2175. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the committee has critically examined the agreement within the context of the relevant laws on the subject and finds that the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources has complied with the legal requirements necessary for granting mining leases. The committee also finds the mining project to hold a huge potential to bring tremendous benefits to the country and contribute to the socio-economic development of communities in the area. The committee respectfully recommends to the House to adopt this report and ratify by resolution the mining lease agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, and Balari DV Ghana Limited, for the mining of lithium and other minerals at Mankesim in the Mfantiman municipality in the Central Region, in accordance with Article 2681 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion ably moved. Report presented. Any seconder? Yes. Honourable Akwasi Konelu.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I rise to second the report, but in doing so, Mr. Speaker, I would like to place on record that the report is a majority decision.
You second the motion.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I'm in seconding the report. I would want to place on record that the report be amended to reflect that is a majority decision.
Honourable members, let's get it right. The motion move is motion number 10.
Yes.
And the motion is to adopt the report. So you second the motion, not seconding the report.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second motion number 10 on today's order paper. And in doing so, Mr. Speaker, I would like to place on record some corrections that the report should be amended to reflect a majority decision. And also in second, yes, Mr. Speaker, yes. In the conclusion of the report where it stated that the committee respectfully recommend to the House, that reflects there. But Mr. Speaker, in seconding the motion, I would like to speak to the report also with us. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I would like to talk about paragraph 4.0, which is the background to this report. Mr. Speaker, the Lithium agreement is not a new agreement to this House. It was presented to us in the 8th Parliament, specifically on 16 July 2024. Mr. Speaker, again, when the 8th Parliament elapsed, it was again brought to us on the 11th of November 2025, when it was reintroduced to this House. But however, on December 10th, 2025, it was reviewed. Mr. Speaker, amidst some reasons that we all are accustomed and known to, and however represented to us again on the 19th of December 2025, which has culminated in this report that, Mr. Speaker, we are talking to. Mr. Speaker, in all of this, it has been a matter to liaise with maneuvering tactics and a clear incidence for power, but all to the expense of the people on whose lands, Mr. Speaker, this natural resource rests, because they've been deprived of a livelihood for a very long time, Mr. Speaker, and it's important that it's placed on record. We, however, Mr. Speaker, cannot belittle the importance of lithium, Mr. Speaker, to our Ghanaian economy and to the world. The world is moving towards a global decarbonization, which requires that we have green energies to use in our daily activities in this world. So it's important that, Mr. Speaker, once we are blessed with this natural resource, we mine it responsibly and to the benefit of the ordinary Ghanaian and to the state, such that we have clear benefit for it. So, Mr. Speaker, there's nothing wrong about us supporting this document, but however, we want to place that on record. But most importantly, before I sit, Mr. Speaker, on point 7.5, Mr. Speaker, paragraph 7.5, where it talks about royalty payment. Mr. Speaker, royalty payments became a bone of contention, Mr. Speaker, on the matter of lithium agreement, which has reflected, Mr. Speaker, into other natural resources, causing a stir even in gold mining in this country. The reason for this, Mr. Speaker, was a point that was raised about the illegality of some negotiated royalties, which was not a matter of fact. But however, let's place on record that whilst we are trying to cure this, Mr. Speaker, it hasn't been cured, but it must be placed on record that, look, now we have an ally that is trying to regulate a specific provision in our act, Mr. Speaker, and I find that very, very erroneous that we use an ally to cure a specific provision in our act. If need be for us to talk about royalties, Mr. Speaker, therefore I would be of the opinion that that portion of the act, Mr. Speaker, is amended rather than curing it with an ally. However, I know that the mine of lithium will bring about some job creation that is most importantly needed for our, Mr. Speaker, youth in the country. So it's important that whilst we've played all that we can with this, now it is with us, for us, Mr. Speaker, to adopt this report and make sure that we pass this. But however, lastly, Mr. Speaker, local content and participation. Mr. Speaker, this agreement requires in the clause 4 of section 2 that the mining company or the parent company list on the Ghana Stock Exchange, which was done in May 13, 2024, such that local participation in our natural resources can be done by everybody in this country, so that anybody who wish to participate in it can have a share in it by participating in the purchase of it on the Ghana Stock Exchange. Mr. Speaker, in so doing, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to this report and the adoption of it. I thank you. Yes, and I support it.
Yes, let me take the Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to contribute to this report and to call on the House to accept the report and to ratify this agreement. Mr. Speaker, indeed, we all know the genesis of this very important agreement. Mr. Speaker, my minister, being a listening minister at a point, requested of me to withdraw this statement on his behalf, this agreement on his behalf, because many Ghanaians were of the view that there was a need for further stakeholder engagement. And so he listened to the call, and very interestingly, the other side were also calling for more engagement. We did that, and as a result of that, Mr. Speaker, you realize that there will be some enhancement in the agreements. For instance, Mr. Speaker, with reference to 7.2, where we talk about free carried interest. Ghana, we all know that our free carried interest is about 10% in other minerals. But in this particular one, it's been increased to 13%. And this, for me, is good. It's going to inure to the benefit of this country. Mr. Speaker, the other important point that I want to mention is 7.7, where the issue of Community Development Fund is also made, as part of this agreement. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, let me read. Clause 3 of Schedule 2 to the mining lease agreement provides that the companies are set aside 1% of annual revenue for Community Development Fund pursuant to a Community Development Agreement. This is very important. Mr. Speaker, before this agreement, the arrangement was that companies such as Barari and other mining companies will be given the opportunity to describe or to come up with what they call corporate social responsibility. Mr. Speaker, corporate social responsibility at that point is determined by the companies. There are instances where they go to put up structures that do not really benefit the people. But here we are saying that this 1% will be set aside and the community will be involved in deciding what this money should be used. And I think that this is an achievement, this is a progress, given where we are coming from. And so I think that it is something we should applaud. Again, if you look at 7.10, Mr. Speaker, value addition, the president, other presidents before, and all of us here do believe that the way to go is to add value to our resources, not only just minerals, even our farm produce. And so this is the time for us to start it with the lithium. And so we are saying that going forward, this lithium agreement is saying that there will be some value addition to whatever lithium that will be mined. And I think it's very important. This was captured even in the previous agreement that was laid, and we have carried it on. This is the reason why I think that withdrawing it and bringing more people to engage really helped us. Mr. Speaker, there's also a very important point that I want to bring to your attention. If you look at 7.12, and with your permission, let me read. The committee noted that the lease agreement includes a strategic commitment for enhancing maritime and logistical infrastructure in the South Pond area. And I think that this is very important. Many companies go to sites in communities. And in some instances, it becomes a problem They're even fighting with the community for infrastructure development. It is because we have not enshrined it. It's because we have not put it in the agreement. In this particular instance, it is in this agreement. So it becomes an obligation on the part of the company to put out some of these infrastructures when all other conditions are met. And I think that this is laudable. And so I want to commend the committee members and to call on this House once again to accept this report and to ratify this agreement, because I believe strongly that it will inure to the benefit of this economy. With this, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Abu Jinopo.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the discussion on this very important report. Mr. Speaker, at the outset, let me empathize with my immediate successor, who has spearheaded the conclusion of this agreement. Mr. Speaker, I say empathize because, with the greatest of respect and in all modesty, Mr. Speaker, I do appreciate the complexities, the difficulties and complications associated with this kind of negotiation. And Mr. Speaker, and if you want to appreciate the point I'm making, I was first before this House on the 16th of July, 2024, to make an attempt to elicit the approval of this House to get the imprimatur of this House of an agreement between these same parties. And by that, Mr. Speaker, I refer to the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, and Barari DV Ghana Limited for the mining of lithium. Mr. Speaker, the same agreement. I have the agreement I presented to this House here with me, and I have perused this report and the terms of this report. Mr. Speaker, the terms of the agreement I brought before this House, by that, the agreement the Akufo-Addo government brought before this House, and the terms of this agreement are not fundamentally different. They are essentially the same. Mr. Speaker, I will resist the temptation to revisit the politics that was associated with the agreement which was presented before this House and which was essentially rejected. Mr. Speaker, I see the majority there on his feet. I'll correct myself. It doesn't matter. I'll correct myself. There's no need. I'll correct myself.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, I'll
Very
correct
well.
myself.
Let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, the memorandum I laid before this House as the then Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, which memorandum did not see the light of day until the expiration of the 8th Parliament. Mr. Speaker, that is the record. The memorandum was laid. It was not referred. It was referred to a committee. The process was not concluded. But yes, that is not even my point.
So the fact that it was rejected by the House should be expunged from the record.
Expunge it, Mr. Speaker. But that is not my point. My point is not, Mr. Speaker, my point is not, I'm not engaged in the semantics of it. That is not the point. The point I'm making is that major stakeholders within the body polity of our country and on record, including our friends, the National Democratic Congress, formally and publicly rejected the agreement I laid before this House. That one is a fact. And I have the statement which was issued by the National Democratic Congress. And what is the point I seek to make, Mr. Speaker? I've already said that the terms are not fundamentally different. And therefore, I conclude on that point to say that today is a happy day for me personally, and today should be a happy day for President Akufo-Addo, and that after all, Mr. Speaker, and that after all, the suggestion that was made in the run-up to the 2024 election, that President Akufo-Addo's government and the MPP government and my modest self, the then Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, has shortchanged the people of Ghana, and that we had done a bad deal, and that if you went to South America, they had better models, and therefore the agreement we entered into with Barari DV was a bad agreement. Mr. Speaker, on this 19th day of March 2026, the report which has been laid before this House and the agreement my successor, the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Honorable Kofi Amabua, is urging us to approve. It's a huge vindication of the noble work that Akufo-Addo government and our good selves did prior to the 2024 election. I want, Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, that should be captured by Hansard. Why do I say this, Mr. Speaker? Why do I say this? Take free carried interest. Mr. Speaker, take free carried interest. The agreement they brought here, the free carried interest is 13%. 13%. The free carried interest the Akufo-Addo government negotiated was 13%. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we went even a step further. We went a step further to insist that the Minerals Income Investment Fund will necessarily acquire an additional 6%, which would have meant that the government of Ghana will be entitled to 19%. Mr. Speaker, not only that, we did not end there. We insisted that Atlantic Lithium will list on the Ghana Stock Exchange, and that a minimum of 40% will be owned by the Ghanaian people. And Mr. Speaker, I had the privilege of officially getting Atlantic Lithium to list on the Ghana Stock Exchange. And what the Ghanaian people would have gotten would have been 40%, and that would have meant this whole operation will be truly an indigenous Ghanaian operation. That was the agreement we negotiated. That was the agreement. Mr. Speaker, we went a step further, that the community, the community will be entitled to 1% community development fund. Mr. Speaker, I see this agreement talks about 13%, and I will refer the House, Mr. Speaker, to page 7 of the report. Page 7. And Mr. Speaker, there is a classic difference between what the Akufo-Addo government negotiated for and what is being presented to this House today. And what is the difference? And Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I quote paragraph 7.3, titled Interest of Minerals Income Investment Fund in the project. It says, the committee noted that the Minerals Income Investment Fund, MIF, has taken an equity interest in the present company, in the parent company, Atlantic Lithium. However, MIF is yet to take an equity stake in the mining projects. The committee recommends that the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources take steps to ensure that MIF takes the equity stake in the mining project as contemplated under the agreement. Mr. Speaker, in the case of the agreement we presented in this House, MIF's acquisition of the 6% in the project was a condition precedent for the project to take off. This particular arrangement is not a condition precedent, which is why the report says
they urged the ministry to take steps, I would have thought that MIF taking equity in the project ought to be a condition precedent. Be that as it may, it's a good attempt, but it's not an attempt which is as good as what we presented before this House on 16 July 2024. Mr. Speaker, finally, Mr. Speaker, and I see the minister is engaged, but finally, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the green minerals of the world, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the green minerals of the world, Mr. Speaker, the most important aspect.
Honorable former Minister Holdy, yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there's a need for clarity in these matters. You spoke about the equity of MIF. My understanding is that the 6% interest equity, MIF is taking equity in Atlantic Lithium, okay? But that 6% interest is different from taking a stake in the mining project, the project itself. So which one was a condition precedent? Because there's some misunderstanding there. So let us have some clarity exactly what you are talking about. Because you say that in your agreement, the 6% is a condition precedent. But that has been done already. MIF has taken the 6% already. Now there's a second phase of it, which is the project itself, which is what we are urging MIF to take an interest in the project.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is exactly the point I'm seeking to make. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we are more than happy from this side to assist our friends to pass this report, to assist my good friend and successor, the minister, to get on with this business, because the management and exploitation of the green minerals of the world is such a difficult task, complex one with far-reaching implications. And that is why I'm concluding on one final point, Mr. Speaker, which is that historically, all minerals in our country which have been exploited, we all across the aisle have come to a consensus that we have not gotten the full benefit of these minerals because of the lack of value addition, because these minerals are exported in their raw form, what the pandits will say, dig and ship. When my senior uncle, Honorable Collins Dada, was minister, it was the same. When I was minister, it was the same. They mine these minerals and they export them without adding value, which is why, Mr. Speaker, the point was made that in the case of these newly found critical minerals of the future, particularly lithium, we should make a clear effort of adding value to the lithium resource of our country. The agreement I brought before this house, that agreement insisted clearly, not with discretion, it insisted in black and white that the lithium resources of our country cannot be exported in their raw form, and that they will have to be processed to the level of condensates before they can be exported. And therefore, the company was obligated to set up a refinery here in Ghana to refine the lithium they mine into condensate before they can export the mineral. In fact, Mr. Speaker, in Zimbabwe, the Zimbabweans have actually outrightly banned the export of lithium in this raw form. Mr. Speaker, and so that was the agreement we brought here, which is why I am sounding a word of caution. Mr. Speaker, I have looked through this 12-page
report.
Honorable Minister, can you conclude for me?
Thank you, Mr.
Honorable
Speaker.
Minister, you
Mr.
agree
Speaker,
I have
let me
given
conclude.
you
Let me conclude.
a length of time.
Mr. Speaker, let me conclude. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude. Let me conclude, and the reason why I make this point just to enrich whatever outcome comes out of this discussion. Mr. Speaker, it's very important. Mr. Speaker, if you export the lithium in its raw form, you shortchange your country. And our friends from the other side, the NDC, they made this point very, very strongly, and even cited countries in South America where lithium and other green minerals are being exploited, and the kind of arrangements which have been made. In fact, on one occasion, it was even suggested that the state itself should exploit these minerals and that private sector should not be involved, and that Ghana should find money to exploit these minerals, and if we do not have the money, we should not even mine the mineral. We should wait. Those were the arguments which were made, and I'm making the point that the agreement I brought here had a clause in there, a mandatory clause, that Barari DV will have to set up a refinery in Ghana and refine our lithium into condensate, value-added form of the lithium before it is exported. And indeed, they even presented a scoping report. They did research and did the modeling, the project modeling in setting up a refinery in Ghana, which will ensure that we add value to the lithium resource. I have looked at this 12-page report. That is missing, Mr. Speaker. That is troubling. That is disturbing. Every Ghanaian should be concerned. Civil society should be concerned. This House should be concerned. The majority should be concerned. So, Mr. Speaker, I conclude by saying that they say, the old people say that pray to the Almighty to live long, and you shall see a lot. If we had ended on the 16th of July 2024, Mr. Speaker, we will not see this day, the 19th of March 2026. We will not see that this same agreement is being presented to this House with 13% free carried interest that we negotiated for 19%. We will not see, Mr. Speaker, that this agreement will be presented to this House without a provision of value addition. We will not see that the agreement that is being presented is fundamentally the same as what was opposed by our friends. On that note, Mr. Speaker, may they withdraw this report. They withdrew it. They laid it on 11 November 2025. They withdrew it again 10 December. They laid it again 19 December. It's still not too late. The lithium resources are so important to the Ghanaian people. We are opposed to this report. Find a way of refining it so that we can add value to the lithium resources of our country for the benefit of the Ghanaian people. That is what will help our country. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
But Minister, you will just be concluding. Minister, you will be concluding. Yes, you will be concluding. So, Honorable Sanja Nanja.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion numbered on today's order paper, motion number 10. That this Honorable House adopt the report of the Committee on Lands and Natural Resources on the mining lease agreement between Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, and Barari DV Ghana Limited for the mining of lithium and other minerals at Mankasim, 42.63 kilometers square in the Infanspim municipality of the Central Region. Mr. Speaker, today, one of the challenges that we are facing is with mining is environment, the protection of our environment. The committee was particularly about how the company will preserve our environment. And the Chief Executive Officer of the EPA assured us that even though the environmental permit that was granted to the company has expired, every process is being put in place, and the renewal of of the environmental protection permit will soon be granted to the company. And also went further to assure the committee that the company shall ensure the agreement went further to assure us that the company shall ensure compensation of resources, conservation of resources, reclamation of land, and protection of our environment. Mr. Speaker, one other area that we looked at was job creation. And as at now, the company, if this agreement is rectified, is to employ over 1,000 youth in the catchment area for direct mining jobs. And indirect jobs are unquantifiable. Mr. Speaker, it's also to note that taxes, the company is not giving waivers or exemption from taxes. And all the taxes that is enshrined in our legislations and statutes will be paid to the government, and royalties will equally be paid according to the prescribed laws in today the sliding scale. As we speak today, the price of lithium, and then comparing with the sliding scale, royalties, government is going to earn a royalty of 10%. And as the lithium prices goes on to increase, as the lithium prices keep on increasing at the world market, it could rise up to 12% of the royalty. Mr. Speaker, on the job creation, the company, the chiefs, Mr. Speaker, the chiefs and people of the catchment area, opinion members, assembly members, youth groups, CVOs, and all identifiable groups in the area were invited to our meeting. And as we say that the chiefs and the people have fully given their support to this project, in the sense that they said this project, when it comes to the area, their local economy is going to be boosted. And also, they are going to see massive development, social amenities, especially with the community development fund of annual 1%, which will accrue to the community $6 million a year. So, Mr. Speaker, given the support that the chiefs and the people from the area is giving to the project, the committee recommended that the House should rectify this agreement so that the economy can be boosted, youth in the place can get jobs to do. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I call on the House to rectify the other side to join us, rectify the agreement. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I take for granted the fact that this report made provision for environmental issues in the contract area, and indeed stated that the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, will be required to issue an environmental permit before any operations can take place. But, Mr. Speaker, in my view, the environmental provisions in the agreement are not adequate. Lithium production has significant negative footprint. The key environmental issues relate to water contamination, soil degradation and pollution, waste generation, even e-waste. The footprint is quite colossal wherever lithium is being produced. But environmental permit really, Mr. Speaker, does not address environmental mitigation because the permit is issued before the operation starts. But during operations, when you have environmental disaster, how do you mitigate that? The agreement has to provide for it. In most jurisdictions, the polluter pay principle applies. But even with the polluter pay principle, it is important that financial guarantees are provided so that when there's an environmental disaster, the company does not give an excuse that they don't have sufficient resources to mitigate. And this is why, in addition to the polluter principle, financial guarantees have to be provided. Mr. Speaker, two ways of addressing this is to request the company to post an environmental bond so that in the event of such a disaster, the bond is liquidated to mitigate the effect of the disaster. The other way to do this is to set up an environmental mitigation fund so that a certain percentage of the revenue from the sale of the products will be put into the fund to be used to mitigate against any disaster when it occurs. Mr. Speaker, these are all absent in the agreement. And therefore, I side with my colleague that this report be withdrawn and these major environmental mitigation issues are addressed, because that is very key, Mr. Speaker. If they are not addressed, then I will have a difficulty voting for this report. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, because of the environmental concerns, communities that will be affected are too exposed. But I see only 1% of annual revenue required to be put in a community development fund. 1% of annual revenues. This may not be enough if you match it against the enormous negative footprint lithium production could bring to our communities. And so I propose that we should increase it to 2%, if not even 3%, so that communities are properly compensated because of the effects they will have to contend with, because of the risk associated with lithium production. Mr. Speaker, if we cannot do this, we will be exposing the communities too much without preparing to provide the amenities that could help them cope with the footprint lithium production will bring on them. And so these two issues, Mr. Speaker, I think need to be looked at seriously. And therefore, if our friends on the other side will agree to take this report out, withdraw this report and address these issues and bring it, we will all be happy when they bring the report back with these modifications. We will all be happy to support this, and I believe Ghanaians will support it fully. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, minority leadership.
Speaker, I rise to sum up the views of this side of the House, the minority caucus. Speaker, the report before us is in respect of the revised mining lease agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana and the Barari DV Ghana Limited, a subsidiary of Atlantic Lithium Limited, granting rights for the mining of lithium and other associated minerals at Ewoya in the Mfanteman Municipality, Central Region, a region where I come from. The agreement is presented for ratification pursuant to Article 2681 of the 1992 Constitution. Speaker, let me state for the records that this side of the House, the minority, is ever ready at all times to support development of Ghana's lithium resources, since the development of these resources would amount to job creation, increased opportunities, and creates an economic hub in the Central Region, which reports has it that Central Region has a high level of poverty because of lack of jobs. Mr. Speaker, the project at Ewoya represents a historic opportunity for Ghana to participate in global green energy transition. But our concerns are the terms on which the government proposes to cede these rights over Ghana's mineral endowment. The regulatory architecture that now frames those terms and the pace at which Parliament is being asked to act. It is upon these that the minority oppose this agreement in its present form and shape. And earlier, my respected colleague Abu Jinapo and my own senior Dr. Mohammed Adam had cause to reiterate the views of our caucus. Mr. Speaker, my duty is to provide a summation of all related issues underlining our reason for rejecting this report. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that in October 2023, the Nana Akufo-Addo administration negotiated and signed a mining lease with Barari DV Ghana Limited, securing, one, a royalty rate of 10%, elevated from the statutory floor of 5%, a free carried interest of 13% for the state, an additional 6% equity stake through the Minerals Income and Investment Fund, bringing total participation to a reported 19%, and a requirement for local stock exchange listing. Our friends, then in opposition, vehemently rejected and blocked the ratification. They argued that the terms were insufficient, that agreement lapsed unratified at the dissolution of the 8th Parliament as a result. Upon assuming office in January 2025, Mr. Speaker, the NDC administration renegotiated this agreement. The product of that renegotiation is an agreement that at current market price yields a royalty of 5%, the same statutory floor that prevailed before MPP's negotiation, and at price of $2,250 per ton that prevailed when the original 10% was negotiated in 2023, will yield only 7% under the new sliding scale. Mr. Speaker, it is further on record that Barari DV Ghana Limited was prepared to proceed with the project under the original 10% fixed royalty. The minority invite this House to place that fact alongside the government's decision to grant concessions and to demand a full and frank explanation for that reversal. Mr. Speaker, first, we want to invite this House to look at the regulatory context. In this sense, we proceed to submit that the LI and the GSL amendment ought to be critically looked at. Mr. Speaker, in drawing the attention of the House to the regulatory sequence that immediately preceded this debate, as it is directly material to any vote on this mining lease. Mr. Speaker, the Minerals and Mining Royalty Regulation 2025, our colleague, the chair of subsidiary legislation, sounded the alarm bell, but our friends will not listen. On December 19, 2025, our respected colleague, a former deputy minority leader and now a minister of state responsible for this sector, laid the Minerals and Mining Royalty Regulation 2025 before Parliament, introducing a sliding scale royalty regime for gold, lithium, and other minerals. Mr. Speaker, for lithium and spodumene, the price band are 5%, that is up to 1,500 USD per ton. 7%, that is 1,501 to 2,500 per ton. And 10%, which is 2,501 to $3,000 per ton. And 12%, which is above 3,000 tons. Mr. Speaker, the legislative instrument matured into law on March 9, 2026, having completed the constitutional required 21 sitting days without amendment. Our caucus, the minority, notes that at the time of the original MPP negotiation in 2023, the spodumene prices stood at approximately 2,250 per ton, yielding a 10% fixed royalty. Under the government's own new framework, the same price of 2,250 falls in the 7% band. In other words, the sliding scale delivers a lower royalty than the fixed rate that existed when the deal was first made, at precisely the price level used as a reference point for that deal. Mr. Speaker, this is not an improvement on an MPP steps. At any price below 2,500 per ton, it is a regression and we beg to submit. Mr. Speaker, our colleague, Honorable Patrick Yabuama, warned publicly on 10th March 2026 that the royalty regulation could cost Ghana close to 1 million jobs by deterring mining investment. Those concerns were not resolved before the LI matured. Parliament now faces a request to ratify a mining lease governed by a regulatory instrument about which the minority's most fundamental concerns remain outstanding. Mr. Speaker, let me delve into the Growth and Sustainability Levy, the GSL Act 2026, as amended. Speaker, Parliament has passed the Growth and Sustainability Levy Amendment Act 2026, reducing the levy on mining companies from 3% to 1% of gross production. The government stated that the rationale was that GSL increase from 1 to 3% was originally introduced to compensate for the absence of the windfall tax mechanism, and that the new sliding scale royalty regime now performs that function. Mr. Speaker, we disagree. We urge this House to delay the third reading of that bill for further scrutiny because stakeholders were expressing concerns, especially our bilateral partners. However, this House proceeded over that objection. We, however, draw Parliament attention to the net effect. Whatever additional royalty revenue the sliding scale regime is projected to generate must be assessed against the revenue forgone through the GSL reduction. The government has not presented Parliament with a consolidated net revenue analysis, and Parliament cannot responsibly ratify this lease without understanding what Ghana is on the balance actually gaining. I repeat, we do not know what we are actually gaining, and we are being asked to ratify this. Mr. Speaker, we want to now turn to our concerns as a caucus regarding the revised terms. 1, the royalty structure and unverified financial assumptions. Mr. Speaker, it is our contention that government has accepted the Atlantic Lithium's claim that the sharp decline in global lithium prices of approximately 80% from 2022 to 2022-2023 peak renders the project unviable under a 10% fixed royalty, and that its post-tax internal rate of return has collapsed to 13.6%. The minority notes.
Minority Leader, Honorable Abednego. Is that Abednego, the member who turns his back towards the maze? Yes, so you can continue.
Speaker, the minority notes that the Natural Resource Governance Institute has modeled the project independently and found it economically viable even at $785 per ton of spodumene concentrate. Mr. Speaker, the company has not publicly disclosed the assumptions involved in its revised IRR estimate. Mr. Speaker, Parliament is being invited to ratify royalty concessions premised on financial projections that remain unverified and undisclosed. This is not a sound basis for the exercise of Parliament's ratification function under Article 268. Mr. Speaker, second, the transfer pricing and offtake risk. Mr. Speaker, the Piedmont Lithium holds approximately 22.5% equity in the Ewoya project and has entered an offtake agreement to purchase 50% of the project's production for its U.S. refining operations. Mr. Speaker, refineries outside of China routinely require below benchmark pricing to remain viable. If Barrera DV sells spodumene to Piedmont at below benchmark prices, Ghana's royalty base, computed on mine revenues, is correspondingly reduced. The minority is not satisfied that the revised agreement or the royalty regulations LI adequately addresses this risk through benchmark-based pricing requirement, benchmark-based pricing requirement or related party transaction protection. Mr. Speaker, it has to be emphasized that these concerns were raised when the LI came up for consideration, but our friends opposite ignored. Mr. Speaker, the third issue has to do with community impact. We acknowledge the genuine hardship endured by farming families and communities in the concession area, where a moratorium on farmlands has disrupted livelihood for over 2 years. Communities in Ewoya, Amanse, Nankesido, Anochi, Abonko, and Chafu have been patient and have waited long. Our side of the house is not indifferent to that reality. However, Mr. Speaker, we beg to submit that the Agency of Community Relief does not justify a structurally weak agreement. A 1% community development fund from gross revenue, while welcome, does not compensate for a royalty regime that at current prices delivers the statutory minimum. These communities deserve both a timely resolution and an agreement that maximizes the long-term royalty and development dividends available to them and to the Republic. Mr. Speaker, on the basis of all that I have submitted, on behalf of my colleagues, the following are our demands. Mr. Speaker, 1.
Yes, Minority Leader, just a minute. Honorable James Agaga.
You don't have your numbers. Don't cause any problem that would create further problem for you. You continue what you're doing. There's an agreement at leadership level, and you come back and will rise on point of order. Continue. You see the consequences.
See, Honorable Minority
You see
Leader.
the consequences.
Honorable Minority Leader, I hold you in high esteem, but it's not everything that you should be placing into the hands of. Yes.
But Lord, the minority leader is intimidating me.
Let me hear you. Yes.
Speaker, the minority that holds the conscience of society and this democracy hereby submit the following for the consideration of this House. 1. Net revenue analysis. Mr. Speaker, we request that the minister tabled before any vote is taken a consolidated net revenue analysis comparing the projected state revenues and the NPP's original fixed 10% royalty against those under the revised sliding scale regime, net of the GSL reduction from 3 to 1%. Parliament cannot assess the value of this agreement in isolation from its companion legislative changes. I repeat, Parliament cannot assess the value of this agreement in isolation from its companion legislative changes. Second, Mr. Speaker, we demand a full disclosure of financial assumptions. The minority requests that the minister make available the full financial model and revised assumptions submitted by Atlantic Lithium and Barara DV Ghana Limited in support of its request for royalty concessions, including the basis for the claimed IRR of 13.6%. I expect the minister to take note and respond appropriately. Mr. Speaker, third, benchmark pricing protections. We've done a lot of research on this matter. You can't take it for granted. It's not mere politics we're doing. Take note. Mr. Speaker, the minority requests that the minister confirm whether the revised agreement includes benchmark-based pricing requirements for off-take sales to related parties, including Piedmont Lithium. If not, we want to see proposals for such provisions which should be made and submitted before this ratification. Mr. Speaker, fourth, transfer pricing and anti-avoidance. We also call for an explicit protection in the agreement against profit shifting through related party transactions, including limits on interest deductions and clear dividend distribution rules, consistent with the recommendations of the Natural Resource Governance Institute. You are already aware of their recommendation. They brought it to you. 5, non-dilution of state equity. Mr. Speaker, this is very critical and the minister must pay attention to this. The minority requests confirmation that the revised agreement includes a non-dilution clause, protecting the state equity stake from reduction through future capital costs or corporate restructuring. Mr. Speaker, a lot of times Ghana has suffered under this, where there's a way these investors dilute their shares under restructuring in one way or the other. We want to be sure that the minister has actually secured for us as a country a non-dilution clause that will protect our interests as a country. Mr. Speaker, 6, Community Development Fund governance. Mr. Speaker, the minority also demands full details of the governance, disbursement structure, and the oversight mechanism for 1% community development fund to ensure that host communities receive the promised benefits in a timely and accountable manner. Mr. Speaker, now we speak for the people. Most of the time, such investors, when they come, they abandon the community. We don't just want talks. It should be enshrined in the document that you want us to ratify today, so that the local people will benefit from this. Else, Mr. Speaker, if we sign this document, Parliament approves this today, that will be the end of the local people. If the majority is not looking at this, we on this side of the House stand with the people. Mr. Speaker, we also demand from our respected minister independent expert assessment. Mr. Speaker, we call on Parliament to invite from credible institutions, including NRGI and the Ghana Revenue Authority, an independent assessment of the revised terms and their long-term net revenue implication before this ratification. Mr. Speaker, with all of these said, we humbly conclude by saying that at any point that the ministry and its minister is able to come to the table for further engagement on these key concerns and ensure that the agreement factor these in, we, the minority, will be ready to support the ratification. Mr. Speaker, currently, however, we are not prepared at all to endorse this agreement, as same is premised on unverifiable financial assumptions, governed by a regulatory instrument rushed into law over the minority's initial objection, and structured in a manner that at the current and recent price levels deliver unacceptable royalty than the deal the same NDC rejected in opposition. Our country's lithium endowment is a generational asset. The terms on which it is leased will outlast this parliament, the 9th parliament, and we will define the revenue, employment, and the community development benefits that flow to Ghana for the duration of the mine's life. Parliament has a constitutional bona fide under Article 268 to scrutinize those terms with rigor, not to validate a legislative sequence that has been engineered to foreclose a debate. Mr. Speaker, we therefore call on this House, and in fact we insist on the disclosures and the protections outlined in our submission before a vote is taken. We owe that standard of care to the people of Ewoya, the people of Ghana, and above all, the integrity of this House and its parliamentary oversight. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully submit, therefore, that the agreement in its current form and shape is opposed, Mr. Speaker, and government must not wait on CSOs to come with their criticism before they do another U-turn. Mr. Speaker, all that said, I rest my case without more. Thank you very much.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, if my colleague, the Minority Leader, had served me a copy of what he just read, I would have also prepared a lengthy, statement to read. But, Mr. Speaker, I have not brought before me a written script.
But you speak extempo.
But I'll speak extempo.
Deliver extempo.
And respond to him.
Appropriately.
Mr. Speaker, let it be known that the former Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, my very good friend, Honorable Abu Jinapo, has said that there is no material difference between the agreement that he brought to this House and the agreement that we are considering today. That there is no material difference. That it is in essence the same agreement. No material difference. Mr. Speaker, I think it is important to know that
Honorable Majority Leader, yes, Honorable Abu Jinapo.
Mr. Speaker, most respectfully, for the record, I did not say what the Majority Leader is attributing to me.
What did you say?
Mr. Speaker, I did not.
What did you say?
Mr. Speaker, the minority leader, the minority leader should stop intimidating. The minority leader should stop intimidating his members. The minority leader should stop intimidating his members. Things that they said openly before the cameras just a few minutes ago, you are urging them to say something different. We're all in this chamber. When he did a comparison of the agreement that he brought as a minister and the agreement that is before us, and concluded that in essence there is no difference. So why did the NDC oppose it? He said, why did the NDC oppose it? When in essence what he brought and what the NDC brought are the same.
In fact, he added he's been vindicated.
And then he said that he has been vindicated. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker is reminding us of what was said. Okay, Mr. Speaker is responsible for the records of this House. Speaker is responsible for the records of this House. And so what has been said, he can remind us. To straighten us. Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker. Oh, what's the problem?
Yes, minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, the majority leader has a duty to ensure the peace of this House. Today is the last day of the Ramadan, and tomorrow is Eid. I don't want the majority leader to lead any of us here into temptation. He knows the conditions behind him. He knows the conditions behind him. And if he knows his own condition, he should not attempt to bring trouble to this side of the House. We have told you that we are opposed to this. Don't now pick us out of context. And Mr. Speaker, you are the presiding officer. Mr. Speaker, don't be tempted by the majority leader. Mr. Speaker, make the cuckoo now. Don't. I beg you. If the majority leader can be brief, he should be brief.
Yes, majority leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
When the minority leader, before the cameras, pleads with you to be brief, you have to be brief. So I'll be very brief, which is to say, Mr. Speaker should put the question.
In fact, you have to conclude.
Mr. Speaker, I conclude.
Yes. Yes, Honorable Minister, would you want to give a concluding remark?
Speaker, thank you very much, and to thank members for the very valuable contributions. I've taken notes of all the contribution, especially the long speech by the minority leader. Madam Speaker, it's important that I point out key changes to this agreement. Indeed, there are provisions in this agreement that did not change, but there are fundamental changes that I must note. For example, in their old agreement on growth and sustainability levy, we now have flexibility. They had a fix. Huh? No, you say, oh, but why? But that's a changes. It is important. Oh, please, it's the same agreement. I'm not contradicting the leader, and I can't contradict my leader. I cannot. But it's important to point out that, for example, there's a new provision that says that the company shall pay to the government of Ghana all other fees, levies, and charges as provided on the applicable laws. Under the old agreement, it was fixed at 1%. Here, there's flexibility to allow the government of Ghana to clock in anytime there's that opportunity. So that flexibility has been provided. Well, Speaker, in terms of royalty, as we all know, we had a fixed royalty of 10%.
Honorable Minister, I'll urge upon you to also make it brief.
Oh, I'm making it brief. Madam Speaker, but it's important that I point out that this new agreement has really made critical provisions that are important, and we must point them out. There was a lot of noise made about the fact that royalty was reduced to 5%. Today, I'm proud to say that at the current rate, the royalty will be 12% and not a 10% fixed rate, because of the sliding scale that has been approved by the House.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Oh, please. I'll draw the noise. Let's
Yes,
make
the noise is withdrawn. Yes. Yes, it's withdrawn. Yes. Yes. So
I did. Madam Speaker, something very important that I must also add is a new addition. You know, we wanted to be sure that the communities and that this mining of lithium will not also come to add to the destruction of our roads. So a critical provision that has been inserted is that within 6 months from the ratification of this lease agreement, the company will undertake a feasibility study for the construction of a jetty, a barge, and a mini port system of appropriate size. And this is very important because we want to make sure that we don't focus on destroying our road. Madam Speaker, I think that for the people of Awoya and other communities who have waited for almost 3 years, I think this is a very important day for them, because there's a lot that will happen in this community when this project takes off. And I want to urge all our members to basically vote, defy your leadership, and support the majority. Defy fair marking. I will draw that, please. I'll draw that. Please, join us in approving this agreement. I thank you.
Honorable members, I think we have concluded the debate. Yes, Minority Leader, after the conclusion of the debate, what else?
Speaker, with respect, just want to put on record that the entire 87 minority caucus of this House vote en bloc against this. Vote en bloc against this agreement, to the extent that, Mr. Speaker, the minister did not carry our concerns on board and insisting to carry the report in its present form and shape. We cannot be part of this. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, we vote en bloc in rejecting this. That is when, Mr. Speaker, you put the question. Mr. Speaker, we are signaling that when the question is put, this side of the House, all 87 are voting en bloc.
Minority Leader.
No, Mr. Speaker.
Minority Leader, you know, you cannot put something on nothing and expect it to stand.
I'm serving notice.
I didn't put the question, and you are
as you
voting.
put the question, you know that this is our position. So, Mr. Speaker, we want Hansa to capture same.
Very well.
So that when you put the question, we don't need to come back.
Very well.
So Hansa should capture
very well.
that when the question is put for the ratification of this agreement, the 87 members of the minority caucus will vote en bloc
And we hereby vote en bloc against this agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So, Minority Leader, what happened if part of the minority vote in favor or against the motion?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I am saying that we are against it because the concerns we've expressed have not been addressed.
Very well.
That is all.
Very well. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, I would put the question. As many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. All members, let's proceed to take the consequential resolution numbered 11 at page 4 of today's order paper. Yes, Minister for Lands and Natural Resources.
I beg to move that resolution numbered 11 on page 4 of today's order paper be moved. I think.
All members, the Minister has moved for the resolution. Any seconder?
I second the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the resolution has been moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. This being a consequential resolution, I would put the question. The question is, as many as are in favor of the adoption of the resolution numbered 11 at page 4 of today's order paper, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The resolution is accordingly adopted. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we were hoping that we will end the day at this point, but there's a matter that has been pending for a long time, the establishment of the committee for the purposes of auditing the report on the financial statement of the Office of the Auditor General. Motion number 18. Motion number 18. It's a very brief one. We can just take it. No. It's a brief one. Motion, the committee, just a committee. Just to establish a committee. There will be no debate. There will be no debate. Just the committee.
Honourable Jerry Ahmed.
You have members on it. You have members on it. No, this is a constitutional obligation.
You see, this is a committee which is already formed by both sides.
Speaker, let us always go by our words and have good faith in every transaction or engagement. I understand that it's just there are several other things. We just had to move a motion. We agreed.
Because the membership has already been agreed upon by the House.
Let's end on a good note. Tuesday, we come and take it. Lisa, it's just Tuesday, just that one. But if it is let it be no. No.
Mr. Speaker, please. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important motion. A motion that is to lead to the constitution, Jerry, please. That is to lead to the constitution of an ad hoc committee that will audit the accounts of the Auditor General, which is a constitutional imperative.
Honourable members, with all due respect,
we'll do this.
For me, this is a consequential matter because both sides of the House have already agreed on the membership of this committee made up of Honourable Kofi Bente Afu, Honourable Matthew Nyindam, and Honourable Ataisa. The House has already agreed. Both sides of the House has already agreed on this. So this is just a formality.
All this, we could have done it earlier. We could have agreed on same. Speaker, all of this.
But it's better late than never.
Speaker, well, so it is also
For the
better
period
late
that we would have
than
done
never
this
to take the other motions
by
which
now.
are also consequential. Speaker, I am. No, we didn't agree at conclave. I was at conclave. We never agreed. No, let's stop this. We never agreed. Let's stop this. Let's be fair to ourselves. We never agreed at conclave. What is wrong if we are closing on this note and then coming on Tuesday, come back on Tuesday and take it? Why? What is wrong? Well, I'm raising, Speaker, respectfully, I'm raising quorum. I come. Yes, I'm going to do that.
Mr.
So,
Speaker,
let me hear you.
Mr. Speaker, this is the order paper for today. This is a business that is advertised to be taken today, and we agreed at conclave that we'll take it. Jerry, this thing we have to stop. We had agreed. Yes, we had agreed. This your insistence that a business that is being advertised to be taken today, you get up and say that you will take it. On what authority are you saying that a government business cannot be taken? So your caucus can say that business cannot be taken. Who will take it? Who will take it?
Yes, let me hear you. Honorable Jerry Ahmed, yes.
Respectfully, let me reiterate the point that at conclave we discussed issues to be dealt with today. This was not part of it. And I'm saying that in good faith, we have decided to do a lot of things on Tuesday. Speaker, this can be taken on Tuesday. The two major leaders can have an understanding. Speaker, I am not against this. I am not against accountability. My name is not mentioned in anything. I am dealing with good faith and goodwill. And that is all. And when I'm talking, my brother Rossi should understand, I also represent the caucus. So I talk based on what the caucus has agreed for me to come and deal with. So it has nothing to do with me personally.
You see,
so you
when I'm looking at this particular business, I cannot describe this to be a government business. Because if the committee among the various caucuses have agreed on their own members to form a committee in order to do an act. However, that is supposed to be adopted by the House. To put a question to adopt it, I don't see any difficulty about it. Because both sides have submitted names and the names have been put together for the House to adopt. So this is not any business that will even be debated. Because this is consequent upon the two sides of the House agreeing that 3 people should go and perform an act. Honourable members, within a second we can take this. Motion numbered 18. Majority Leader.
Speaker,
yes.
Speaker, before the Majority Leader, respectfully. Speaker, if you insist, because I believe that it's a parliament of two sides. And I believe that consistently we should show good faith when we agree on matters.
But Jerry,
Speaker, if it is your, respectfully, Speaker, if it is your view, you want to go ahead, Speaker, that's fine.
But I agree with you that parliament is made up of two sides. Now, one side has produced a name and the other side has also produced a name. So the House will adopt whatever the two sides have done. The motion 18 is just agreeing on what the caucuses have already agreed upon to do a particular work. That is all. It's not that now that the caucuses are going to agree. They have already agreed and they put the names together already.
Mr. Speaker, my recollection is that yesterday you were going to take this motion, but both sides said they were tied. And I'm told that you said we should take it today because both sides were tied. So it's an agreement that you had yesterday. And the members on the committee drew my attention that this thing has been pending. And this is not government business. This is actually our business as a parliament. It's not even government business. And it's the responsibility of my colleague and I to make sure that this committee is established. And, you know, there's a very important name on the committee, Honorable Matthew Yindam. So if there's a committee and Honorable Matthew Yindam is a member, and you are seen opposing the establishment of the committee, it doesn't look good for your side. It doesn't look good for your side. Yes? Exactly. It's been there a long time. It's been there a long time. It's been there a long time. So why are you keeping Matthew waiting long time? Why are you keeping him waiting? So, Mr. Speaker, I move that we take motion number 8 in so move.
All members, motion move. Any seconder?
Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
All members, motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. All members, clearly this is not a motion that calls for a debate because both sides of the House has already agreed on the composition of the committee. So I'll proceed to put the question. As many as are in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. And the motion numbered 18 at page 6 of today's order paper is adopted. Honourable members, having adopted the motion, it is to be placed on record that the following members are recommended for appointment: to audit and report the financial statement of the Office of the Auditor General for the year ending 31st December 2024. The members are 1. Honorable Kofi Bentel Afu, Chairman. 2. Honorable Matthew Nyindam, Member. 3. Honorable Atta Isa.
Speaker, the proposal is that they return with the report within 30 days.
Very well. The committee is to work and report to the House within 30 days. Yes, Honorable
Speaker.
Yes.
It's 5:15, and we've done nearly 5 hours. Speaker, on that note, I move that in the absence of any further business, the House be adjourned until Tuesday midday. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, we are not opposed to the application, save that we were wishing to see the 189 Battalion. Speaker, let me also take this opportunity to wish Dr. Mahmoud Baumia a happy Eid, and all Muslims in Ghana, especially those ones in the Futu, Damongo, Wejagbawe, Anyas Futum. All of them, we wish them Boku Central.
Yeah, we have already commented on the al-Fitr statement. All members, motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. All those in favor of the motion for adjournment say aye. Yes.
Speaker, I'm not arresting the motion, but a job I have is also to see to it that members visit their constituencies well prepared. Mr. Speaker, the chief whip of the majority caucus. He is supposed to be in charge of key welfare issues of members.
Honorable Minority Leader, with all due respect, I please don't state this into the record.
No, Mr. Speaker, I'm talking about common fund. No, Mr. Speaker, I'm talking about constituency issues. Statutory allocation. It's not about, Mr. Speaker, statutory allocations are very important. He is the chief whip. He's supposed to get the ministers to work in ensuring that members of parliament get what is required of them in their constituencies to do their work. We have a long holiday. MPs are going to face their constituents. And we have a chief whip who is sitting here, and he always comes and tells the ministers, do your job, do your job. Mr. Speaker, members have concerns, and you should know. You should know. They are supposed to get projects done in their constituencies. They are supposed to see to the welfare of their constituents. That's your responsibility. Nobody forced chief whip on you. You wanted to be chief whip. So wake up and do your job well. If you can't do your job, resign.
Now, Minority Leader. Honourable members, all those in favor of the motion for adjournment say aye.
Mr. Speaker.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. The House is accordingly adjourned till Tuesday, the 24th day of March 2026 by the business statement we agree at 10 o'clock. Majority Leader, by the business statement we agreed on 10 o'clock.
No, we agreed on 10 o'clock. No, the reason is that we want to take the bills. Yes, 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, yeah. Yes.
So the House is adjourned to 24th day of March 2026 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon.